Right now, in this very moment, you're standing at the edge of something ancient, something powerful. You're about to discover a secret that has quietly shaped the lives of monks, sages, and spiritual seekers for over 1,000 years. A timeless wisdom that transformed overwhelming stress into effortless peace without force, without struggle, without needing to escape. This is not just another technique, it is a doorway, a path once walked by Zen masters, Buddhist monks, and wandering seekers who found serenity not in perfect conditions, but in the middle of chaos. And now, that path is open to you. Over the next 3 hours, we will journey through the heart of Zen, through stories whispered in monasteries, through metaphors carried by wind and water, and through gentle teachings that hold the power to shift your entire experience of life. What you're about to hear are not just ancient lessons, they are keys to a truth that already exists inside you. Each teaching is designed to awaken something natural in you, something that has simply been forgotten: your ability to let go, your ability to stop grasping, stop controlling, and return to the stillness that has always been yours. And here's the beautiful truth: you don't need to be a monk. You don't need to have years of meditation practice. You don't even need to believe in anything. Even if you feel completely overwhelmed, even if you've tried everything and nothing has lasted, even if your mind feels loud and your heart feels tired, these teachings will meet you where you are, gently, kindly, lovingly. As the Buddha once said, you yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. But most of us, we forget this. We become our own harshest critics, our own source of suffering, waging silent wars within our minds. That ends today, as we journey together through the wisdom of flowing rivers, the stillness of bamboo, forests, and the quiet gaze of a monk who simply watches a leaf fall. Something remarkable will begin to happen. Your shoulders will soften, your breath will deepen, your thoughts will slow, and without even realizing it, you'll begin letting go of burdens you didn't know you were carrying. This is not hypnosis. It's not therapy. It's remembrance, a return to what is already true. If this feels like exactly what your soul has been asking for, let me know in the comments where in the world you're listening from. Let's turn this into a space of peace, a community of seekers who are finally ready to stop fighting life and start flowing with it. Before we begin, make yourself comfortable. Find a place where your body feels supported, a pillow, a blanket, a chair where your spine can rest. Let the weight of the world slip off your back just for now. Take one deep breath with me. Inhale, hold. Exhale slowly, and as you breathe out, know this: you have just taken your first real step, not into escape, but into surrender, into trust, into the ancient art of allowing life to support you, instead of trying to carry it all alone. This is the gift of Zen, and your journey starts now. Let's begin with our first teaching, the nature of flow, why rivers never get tired, and what they can teach us about letting go. There's a reason you feel like you're swimming upstream every single day, a reason your shoulders carry invisible weights, why your mind never seems to find rest, and why, despite all your efforts, you feel like peace is always just out of reach. You've been taught, without even realizing it, that life is something to conquer, that success must be wrestled into existence, that happiness is a prize to be hunted, cornered, and trapped before it vanishes. And peace. You've been told that peace is something earned only after the work is done. The to-do list is finished, and the world is quiet. But what if I told you that this very approach, this constant grinding, forcing, striving, is the real reason you're exhausted? What if the secret to living wasn't hidden in effort, but in ease? In ancient China, there lived a Taoist sage and Zen master known as Changzu. One day, he stood in a marketplace watching a butcher prepare meat. But this was no ordinary butcher. There was a grace to his every movement, a flow so precise and fluid that the blade in his hand seemed to glide effortlessly. Not a single jerk, not a wasted motion. The man had been using the same knife for 19 years, yet the blade was as sharp as ever. Curious, Changju asked him, "How is it that your knife never dulls?" The butcher smiled and replied, "I don't cut through the bone. I find the spaces in between." Let that sink in. I find the spaces in between. This single line contains the seed of everything we will explore together in this journey, because life, in its truest form, isn't meant to be a battle. It isn't meant to feel like you're constantly cutting through bone. It was never supposed to be this hard. The Buddha understood it 2,500 years ago when he sat beneath the Bodhi tree and realized suffering doesn't come from the events of life. It comes from our resistance to those events. Every time you clench your fists against what's happening, every time you brace yourself, tense your jaw, and tighten your heart, you're fighting the moment. You're slicing through bone, when peace lies in finding the spaces. In between, there's a word for this effortless way of being. In ancient Chinese philosophy, it's called Wu Wei. It means non-forcing or effortless action. But don't mistake it for passivity. Wu Wei doesn't mean giving up on your dreams. It doesn't mean becoming indifferent or lazy or apathetic. It means learning to move with the current instead of thrashing against it. It's the difference between pushing a river and flowing with it. It's the art of working with the nature of things. Just as a skilled sailor adjusts their sail to catch the wind, they don't create the wind, but they work with it. In the same way, Wu Wei invites us to align ourselves with the natural rhythms of life, not by domination, but by collaboration. Think about your breath right now. Are you making each breath happen? Are you consciously commanding your lungs? No, breathing happens naturally, effortlessly. It's not forced, it's not controlled, it simply flows. This is what real flow looks like. It is how life wants to move through you. But here's what happens when you live in constant resistance. You block that flow, you tighten, you overthink, you micromanage, you push, you grasp, and eventually you burn out. The exhaustion you feel, it's not because life is inherently difficult. It's because you've been making it harder than it needs to be. You've been cutting through bone right now. I want you to do something radical, something rare in today's world. Stop, just for these next few hours. Give yourself permission to stop trying to fix everything. Stop carrying the weight of everyone else's expectations. Stop bracing for what might go wrong. Just stop and listen. Beneath the to-do lists and deadlines, beneath the voice that tells you you're not doing enough, there's a stillness, a quiet intelligence, a gentle current, and it is trying to carry you. But you've been too busy paddling upstream too. Notice, the ancient masters knew this. They observed nature and saw that nothing struggles to be what it is. The river doesn't try to be a mountain. The bamboo doesn't strive to be an oak tree. The clouds don't force themselves into perfect shapes. And yet, everything finds its place. This is the lesson of the butcher. This is the teaching of Zen. When you stop cutting through bone, when you learn to find the natural spaces between, everything becomes easier. You move with life. You allow instead of demand. You listen instead of command. You rest into the current, and suddenly, peace arises, not because you achieved it, but because you finally stopped fighting. Tonight, we're not going to force our way into peace. We're going to remember it. Through ancient parables, gentle breathwork still, reflection, and quiet stories passed down from monk to monk. We will reconnect with something you've always known, but forgotten, that the deepest strength isn't found in effort, but in surrender. That the greatest clarity doesn't come from control, but from stillness. And that your true power emerges when you yield, not in defeat, but in wisdom. So here's your invitation. Take a deep breath, let your body soften, release the tension in your shoulders, unclench your jaw. Feel the weight begin to slide off your chest. You don't have to hold it all. Let the day fall away behind you. Let time slow down. Let this moment be enough, and imagine, just for a while, what it would be like to move through life with the same effortless grace as that butcher. gliding through the spaces where resistance doesn't live. This is not about escaping your responsibilities. It's about learning to meet them with peace instead of panic, with clarity instead of chaos. Tonight, we walk the path of Wu-Wei. We remember what the Zen masters knew, that effortless living is not a fantasy. It's your natural state. Let life support you. Let stillness teach you. Let the river carry you. And most of all, let yourself rest, because peace is not something you achieve. Peace is what you return to when you stop forcing. Let's begin. Have you ever felt like you're pushing through life as if swimming upstream against a current that never lets up? Like you're constantly fighting to get somewhere? Chasing peace as if it's a prize at the finish line? Wrestling every moment into submission just to stay afloat? You're not alone. Most of us have been taught, directly or indirectly, that life is a battle to win, that happiness is something to hunt down, that rest must be earned, and that if we're not striving, we're falling behind. But here's the truth that ancient wisdom whispers to those ready to hear. You were never meant to struggle your way through life. There's a different way, a softer way, a quieter, more powerful way, a path walked by sages, monks, and mystics for thousands of years. They called it Wu-Wei, effortless action. Action aligned with the flow of life, not passive, not lazy, but deeply wise, instinctively intelligent, and refreshingly peaceful. Let me tell you a story. The butcher who never sharpened his knife in ancient China. Curious, a butcher was preparing meat with such grace, such smoothness, that his knife glided through the bones as if slicing water. Intrigued, Changzu asked, "How is it possible that your blade remains so sharp after 19 years of use?" The butcher smiled and replied, "I don't cut through the bone. I find the spaces between." Pause for a moment. Let that settle. He didn't force his way through. He didn't fight resistance. He danced with the natural design of the animal, flowing through the empty spaces with intuition and awareness. This, dear listener, is the secret to effortless living. Not because life becomes easy, but because you stop pushing where pushing is not needed. You begin to see the natural openings, the moments of grace, the quiet invitations that life constantly offers when you're still. Enough to see them, resistance. The root of modern suffering. The Buddha taught that suffering doesn't come from pain itself, but from our resistance to pain. Let that sink in. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. Every time we tense up, argue with reality, push against what already is, we waste our energy fighting rather than flowing. And like a dull blade grinding against resistance, we wear ourselves out. Think of how often we do this. We push against people who don't act the way we want. We stress about things we can't control. We resist change, delay rest, avoid silence, and then wonder why peace feels so far away. But imagine this. What if life isn't asking you to fight anymore? What if it's asking you to listen, to observe, to flow? What is Wu-Wei? Effortless action. In Taoist and Zen teachings, the concept of Wu-Wei is one of the most profound. It means non-doing, or more accurately, doing without forcing. Picture a river. The water never forces its way forward. It finds the path of least resistance, and still reaches the ocean. It yields, bends, flows, and yet carves through mountains over time. Wu-Wei is not inaction. It's right action, aligned action. You already know how to do this. Right now, you're breathing. You're not forcing each breath. You're not telling your lungs to expand. It's happening naturally, effortlessly. This same wisdom exists within your deeper self, the part of you that already knows how to heal, how to rest, how to love, and how to let go. The practice of letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means releasing the need to control what was never yours to control. What if tonight you gave yourself permission to stop carrying it all? Go of the need to fix others. Let go of the pressure to be productive every second. Let go of the belief that rest is weakness. Right now, wherever you are sitting, lying down, or maybe just listening quietly, take a breath with me, a real one, deep into your belly. And as you exhale, I invite you to release something, a worry, a judgment, a should. Let it go, just for now. The Zen Master's Cup-in, other teaching story. A student once came to a Zen master. He demanded to learn the secrets of peace. The master offered him tea as he poured the cup filled and filled and overflowed. The student shouted, "Stop! The cup is full." The master smiled. Exactly. The strength? In yielding, we often think yielding means weakness, but nature teaches the opposite. In a storm, the rigid tree breaks, but the flexible bamboo bends and survives. The greatest strength isn't found in constant tension, but in adaptability, in softness, in surrender. The Buddha once said, "You yourself, as much as anyone in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. So why have you been so hard on yourself? Why have you believed that peace must be earned, that joy is reserved for those who've accomplished enough?" Tonight, we set that burden down. Tonight, we reclaim our right to simply be. Flowing like the river. Life is not a staircase to climb, it's a river to ride. When you stop struggling to swim upstream, you begin to notice the beauty around you. The warmth of the sun, the softness of the wind, the gentle sound of birds or breath. Things that were always there but drowned out by the noise of effort. Peace doesn't come from the outside. It doesn't come from fixing everything. It arises when you learn to flow with life, not against it. An invitation to begin against. So what now? Let this be your invitation to begin again, not as a warrior ready for another fight, but as a wise traveler, gently stepping into harmony. You don't need to figure everything out tonight. You don't need to solve every problem. You only need to pause, listen, and allow. Maybe your path forward isn't something to create. Like the river, like your own breath, flowing naturally, effortlessly. A final moment of stillness before we close. Take a moment just for you. Let your body soften. Let your eyes gently close. Let your breath slow down, and with each breath out, whisper inwardly, "I let go. I allow peace. I choose flow." This is the beginning of a new way of living, not through force, but through awareness, not through effort, but through alignment. You are not here to struggle endlessly. You are here to remember the wisdom you were born with, the rhythm of nature that pulses within you, the quiet power of surrender. If this message spoke to something deep inside you, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. And if you're still here, welcome to the ancient secret of effortless living. Let's walk this path together, gently, bravely, peacefully. The mask you never knew you were wearing right now. As you listen to these words, something profound is unfolding, not outside of you, but within. There's a quiet, almost imperceptible realization beginning to stir a whisper in your awareness that something is not quite what it seems, because all your life you've been wearing a mask, not the kind you put on for costume parties or protection, but a subtle, invisible one so close to your face, so constant in its presence that you never realized it was there. This mask isn't made of plastic or cloth, but of stories, of names and roles, of beliefs and disappointments, of patterns repeated so often they feel like truth. You've been carrying around this invisible identity like a badge, an unconscious assumption of who you are, how you're supposed to behave, what you're allowed to feel, and what you're not. But what if that identity isn't real? What if the person you believe yourself to be is just a performance you've rehearsed for so long that you forgot it? What's a role? Let's be clear, you're not being fake, you're not lying. You're simply surviving in a world that taught you to pick a mask and stick with it. But now, it's time to question, to turn the mirror inward, to ask, who am I really beneath the mask I never knew I was wearing? the illusion of the self over 2,500 years ago. The Buddha made one of the most startling discoveries in human history. He saw clearly that what we call a self is not a fixed, separate entity, but a dynamic illusioner process, not a person. He called it unattanostef, a concept that runs so counter to our normal way of thinking that it can seem confusing or even threatening. But it's not saying that you don't exist. Rather, it's saying you're not who or what you think you are. You are not your name. You are not your past. You are not your reputation or your reputation or even your personality. All of those are masks, temporary appearances on the stage of your awareness. Who you really are is the one who sees. The one who is aware of all these changing phenomena. You are the sky, not the weather. You are the mirror, not the reflection. The story of Sari, unmasking the angry one. Let me tell you a story. There was once a young woman named Sari who lived in ancient India. She was known in her village as the Angry One. Her outbursts were legendary. Her temper feared. Children would scurry when she walked past. Adults would avoid eye contact. And Sari believed this story too. She thought, this is just who I am. I'm cursed with anger. I was born this way. One day, exhausted by her own emotional chaos, she sought out the Buddha. She stood before him and said, "Blessed One, I am an angry person. I try to change, but everyone expects me to be this way. Even when I try to be kind, it feels like pretending. I don't know how to be anyone else." The Buddha looked at her with infinite calm. He asked, "Sorry, last night, while you were asleep, were you angry?" She shook her head, confused. "No, I was sleeping. And yesterday, when I saw you laughing with the children near the river, were you angry then?" Again, she answered, "No, I felt joy." The Buddha smiled gently. If anger were your nature, how could you ever experience anything else? What you call your anger is not who you are. It is a passing cloud, not the sky itself. That moment shattered something in Sari. She realized she had been confusing a repeated emotional pattern with an identity. She was not angry. She experienced anger, and between those two, there was a universe of difference. How masks form every one of us has our version of Sari's story. Somewhere along the way, someone said something about you want. It stuck. She's shy. He's the smart one. You're so dramatic. You always overthink. You're not good at relationships. And slowly, without noticing, you began to wear that label like a second skin. You stopped questioning whether it was true, because everyone else acted like it was, and so did you. We build our identity like a collage of other people's perceptions. Society, they hand us masks, and we wear them to feel loved, accepted, safe. But those masks become heavy. And one day, you find yourself exhausted not from life, but from constantly having to be someone. Master Iku, living without a mask, let me take you to 15th century Japan, where a Zen monk named Master Iku lived. Unlike other monks, Iku didn't seem to follow the rules of enlightenment. He drank sake in taverns. He wrote strange, humorous poetry. He even skipped temple duties to sit under trees and watch ants march by. The other monks were scandalized. "You're supposed to be a monk. You can't behave like this." They cried, and Iku would simply smile and ask, "Which Iku are you upset with? The monk, the poet, the friend, the fool? I am all of these, and none of them." He understood something profound. When you're not attached to any one mask, you can flow freely through life. You're not inconsistent, you're authentic in every moment. Each role is like a costume played with full sincerity, but not confused with who you are. Many people consider this. Who were you at age 5? Who were you at 15? Who are you now? Those versions of youth, they had different dreams, fears, vocabularies, hairstyles. Are they all you? Or are they just characters you've played at different chapters in your life? The self isn't a solid rock, it's a river, always flowing, never the same twice. So why do we cling so tightly to fixed labels? I'm not creative. I'm a perfectionist. I'm bad with money. I'm too old. These are not truths. They're masks that obscure the deeper, boundless awareness underneath. You are the mirror in ancient China. A merchant named Chen visited a Zen master, tormented by his contradictions. At home, I'm loving, but I feel resentment. At work, I'm fair, but I crave more. In public, I give, but sometimes it's for approval. Which one is the real me? He asked. The master picked up a mirror and asked, when this mirror reflects a mountain, is it a mountain mirror? When it reflects your face, is it a Chen mirror? No, Chen said, it's just a mirror. You, too, are a mirror, said the master. You are the awareness in which all things appear not the things themselves. Modern application, Sarah's story. Let's fast forward to today. Sarah, a woman in her 30s, faced devastation, a divorce, job loss, and debilitating depression. Her inner voice was relentless. I am a failure. I am broken. I am hopeless. One evening, walking alone in her garden, she saw a flower bloom. It hadn't been there yesterday. She looked closer, buds forming, petals falling, new life pushing through old stems. And something clicked. Her sadness was like the seasons, real but not forever. Her despair was a weather pattern, not the sky. That day, she began to disidentify from her suffering. I feel depressed became depression is arising. I am a failure became thoughts of failure are present. It didn't erase the pain, but it gave her space, and in that space, she began to heal. 3 poisons dissolved. The Buddha taught that our belief in a solid self gives rise to 3 poisons. Greed, trying to add to the self. Hatred, trying to protect the self. Delusion, believing there is a separate self at all. When the illusion falls away, so do the poisons. You can love without clinging, give without keeping score, act without needing to prove anything you know. Longer live to protect a story, you live to respond to life with presence. Living lightly, you don't need to become someone new. You need to let go of who you thought you had to be. Let the roles remain, but hold them gently. Be the parent when it's time. The artist when the spirit calls, the student, the teacher, the fool, the silent witness. There's nothing wrong with masks, only with forgetting that they're masks. The final reminder, so as you move forward into your day, your life, your relationships, pause. When you catch yourself saying, I always, I never, that's just how I am, ask, who is aware of this thought? Who is watching this belief arise? And then remember that witness is not your mask. It is not your fear. It is not your identity. It is the vast, open, loving awareness that you have always been and will always be. The real you has never been broken, never been limited, never been lost, because the real you is not a person in the world. It is the space in which the world appears, and from that place you can love without limits, laugh without apology, grieve without shame, and live without masks. Rest there. That is your home. The path between extremes. Walking the middle way in this very moment, you're standing in the center of a storm. Not just the outer storm of buzzing phones, social media scrolls, deadlines, expectations, and relentless demands, but the inner storm, too. The swirling confusion of thought and emotion, the ache of self-doubt, the restless pull between wanting to do more and the deep desire to simply rest. You're not alone in this experience. Most of us, at some point or at many points, have been caught swinging between 2 poles, the drive to push harder and the urge to shut down. Maybe you've tried to dominate your life through setting strict routines, squeezing out every ounce of productivity, chasing perfection. Or maybe you've withdrawn, completely numbing out, disconnecting, letting go of purpose altogether because it all just felt too heavy. These are the extremes. Control on one side, collapse on the other. But what if there were a third way? What if peace wasn't found at either edge, but by moving through the heart of the storm, not resisting or retreating, but navigating with presence and wisdom? This is the middle way. It's not just a philosophical concept, it's a living path, ancient yet timeless, grounded yet liberating. The Buddha didn't discover it through comfort or theory. He discovered it through extremes. And in finding it, he unlocked a path of sanity, clarity, and unshakable inner freedom. The Buddha's discovery of the middle way. Before he became the Buddha, the awakened one, he was Siddhartha, a prince with everything: wealth, beauty, education, status. But he saw through the illusion. None of it could shield him from suffering. So he renounced it all. He traded his palace for the forest, his silks for rags, his comforts for asceticism. For 6 long years, he pushed his body to the brink. He fasted until his bones pressed against his skin. He meditated through pain, exhaustion, and hallucinations. He denied every human need, believing that truth could only be found through the total rejection of pleasure. But enlightenment didn't come. Instead, he found himself at a riverbank, weak and near death. And in that stillness, something changed. Nearby, a musician was teaching his student how to tune a sitar. If you tighten the strings too much, they'll snap. But if they're too loose, they won't play at all. Only with the right tension will the instrument produce beautiful music. In that moment, Siddhartha saw clearly. He had been living at the extremes, first in indulgence, then in denial, but neither had led him to truth. The path forward wasn't tight or loose. It was tuned. That day, he accepted food from a village girl named Sujata. It was the first nourishment he had allowed in years. His companions were horrified. They thought he had failed. But in truth, he had just begun. That night, he sat beneath the Bodhi tree, not starving, not indulging, simply present. And in that balanced state, he awoke. He didn't awaken to a doctrine or dogma. He awakened to the direct experience of reality as it is. And the first insight he shared was this: the path to liberation is the middle way between self-denial and self-indulgence. What the middle way really means, the middle way isn't about compromise or passivity. It's not bland moderation. It's not about never feeling strongly or avoiding intensity. It's about responsiveness. It's knowing when to act and when to wait, when to speak and when to listen, when to hold on and when to let go. It's the art of tuning your life, like that sitar, adjusting the strings until they're just right for the moment. Your responses must be to Master Lingi and the bamboolet. Me share a story that captures this responsiveness. In 9th century China, there lived a Zen master named Lingi. He was famous not for his lectures, but for his presence. People said he could answer any question without speaking a word. One day, a wealthy merchant named Wang came to him, gripped by anxiety. "Master," he said, "I have a decision to make. My business is failing. Some say I should take a big risk and pivot. Others say I should play it safe and weather the storm. I'm paralyzed. I don't know what to do." Lingi simply walked to the garden and pointed to the bamboo swaying in the wind. "Is that bamboo being bold or cautious?" he asked. Wang stared. "I don't know. It's just moving." "Exactly," Lingi said. "It's responding to the wind. Not trying to be bold, not trying to be safe. Just moving with what is." In those words, Wang found his answer, not a fixed strategy, but a new way of seeing. He stopped obsessing over what he should do and began noticing what was needed. Days later, a third path emerged, the risky leap, not the safe retreat, but a creative, responsive solution, grounded in clarity. His business thrived, beyond extremes in every day. Life the middle way shows up everywhere in your relationships, your work, your self-care. How often do you swing from ulin to allowed, from overcommitment to apathy, from rigid routines to chaotic freedom? These swings don't mean you're broken. They're just signs that you've been living at the edges, and the invitation is to come back to center, not just once, but again and again. Let's take the story of Maria. She was a driven architect, known for excellence and exhaustion. Her life was a cycle of extremes: 18-hour workdays followed by burnout, intense relationships followed by isolation. When her mother was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, she tried to control every aspect of care, but no amount of control could stop the decline. Eventually, she shut down emotionally, withdrawing, guilt-ridden but numb. Neither extreme served her. Then, she found the middle way through Buddhist practice. She began approaching each day not with rigid expectations, but with presence. Some days, she was strong enough to care for her mother. Some days, she needed rest. She stopped judging herself. She stopped fighting reality. And as she softened, clarity emerged. Her love deepened. Her grief became tender, not crushing. Her work became sustainable. She learned that the middle way is not doing less. It's doing what's needed. With awareness, avoiding the three traps, the Buddha taught that three forces pull us from the middle: attachment, clinging to what feels good; aversion, pushing away what feels uncomfortable; ignorance, not seeing clearly what's really happening. Attachment tightens the strings. Aversion loosens them. Ignorance lets them drift out of tune altogether. The middle way requires conscious engagement, openness to what's here, even when it's not what we wanted. Dogen. Enlightenment in the ordinary centuries after the Buddha, a Japanese monk named Dogen, brought this wisdom into powerful clarity. Dogen wasn't interested in dramatic awakenings. He taught just sitting, a simple, profound meditation practice rooted in this moment. When students complained they hadn't experienced enlightenment, he said, "You are sitting Buddha right now." When others got lazy, thinking there was nothing more to do, he said, "Sincere practice is itself enlightenment." He taught that the middle way is not a bridge between two places. It's the very ground beneath your feet. You walk it by showing up, not by striving, not by giving up, but by fully engaging without clinging to outcomes. Relationships and the responsive center. Consider the story of Ryokan, a Japanese poet monk who lived alone in a hut. People thought he had renounced the world, but in truth, he often wandered into villages to play with children, share tea with neighbors, or write poems with farmers. His solitude wasn't withdrawal, it was nourishment. His connection wasn't neediness, it was generosity. When asked why, he lived this way, he said, "I retreat not to escape people, but to discover what I have to offer. I connect not to fill a void, but to share fullness." This is the middle way in relationships. Neither clinging nor avoidance, not merging or detaching. Simply meeting others with presence and returning to yourself when needed. Daily life and the middle path. When you're overwhelmed, your mind often leaps to extremes. I must do everything, or I must quit everything. Instead, the middle way asks, what does this moment need? Maybe it needs you to focus on what matters most and drop the rest. Maybe it needs rest, not escape, but replenishment. Maybe it needs courage to face something you've avoided. The wisdom isn't in having the right answer. It's in learning to pause, breathe, and listen deeply. 3 anchors of the middle with it. Buddha offered 3 qualities to help you stay aligned with the middle path. Mindfulness. See clearly what's happening without distortion. Right effort. Engage with sincerity, not force. Equanimity. Stay steady through joy and difficulty alike. These are not lofty ideals, they're trainable skills. Every time you return to your breath, every time you pause before reacting, every time you soften in the face of difficulty, you're walking the middle way, becoming like bamboo. Think of bamboo, strong yet flexible. It bends in storms, but doesn't break. It stands rooted in silence and sways in movement. That's the middle way. You don't have to grip life so tightly that you snap. You don't have to let go so completely that you drift. You can stand with strength and softness. You can hold on and let go each in its time. This way of living isn't dramatic. It's humble. It's grounded. It's resilient. It's the gardener tending the soil without forcing the bloom. It's the musician tuning her instrument before playing. It's the parent meeting their child, not with perfection, but with presence. You are already on the path right now. Curious, by letting these words touch you not as commandments, but as reminders of what you already know in your bones. You are not broken. You are not behind. The wisdom you seek isn't in the next extreme. It's here, in the quiet center, where truth whispers instead of shouts. So pause, breathe. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to do it all. You only need to meet this moment with presence and let the next arise in its own time. This is the middle way, and it will carry you home. Right now, you're holding on to expectations, to pressure, to deadlines, to the noise of a world that never stops demanding more from you. You've been told that life is a mountain to climb, that success means controlling every detail, that rest must be earned. But what if I told you that this very mindset, this striving, clinging, chasing is what's quietly draining your soul? There's an ancient way, a forgotten rhythm that doesn't burn you out, but lifts you gently. It doesn't require more effort. In fact, it asks you to let go. This is the ancient secret of effortless living. And it begins not with doing more, with remembering who you are beneath the noise, seeing transition, peaceful nature imagery in ancient China. Over 2,000 years ago, a Zen master named Chuang Tzu once observed a butcher at work. But this butcher was different. He moved with elegance, with peace. His knife glided through flesh, as if dancing. And even after 19 years, his blade had never once gone dull. When Chuang Tzu asked the secret, the butcher simply replied, "I don't cut through the bone. I find the spaces between." Pause for a moment. Let those words settle. I find the spaces between. This isn't just about cutting meat. It's about the way we move through life. Most of us are trained to cut through the bond, to push through resistance, to force results, to fix, solve, hustle, and it's exhausting. But the true masters of life, they look for the spaces, the places where life already flows, where effort isn't needed, only awareness, only alignment. Scene shift, gentle water sounds, river imagery the Buddha taught. This too, he realized that suffering does not come from the world itself, but from our resistance to it, from the way we tense against pain, the way we grasp at pleasure, the way we cling to control, and he discovered something radical when we release that resistance. Even a painful life can become peaceful. This is not theory, it's a practice, a lived experience. One that begins not in some faraway monastery, but right where you are in this moment. Breathing segment, soft voice right now. Wherever you are, take a moment to pause. Feel your breath. You're not making it happen. It's just happening. Your body knows how to breathe. Your heart knows how to beat. The trees know how to grow. The tides know when to rise and fall. Nothing in nature is forcing its way through life. And yet, everything gets done. Why do you think you have to push so hard? Scene transition, light music, slow panning nature footage in Buddhism. There's a concept called Wu, Wei translated from Taoism as non-doing or effortless action. It doesn't mean inaction or laziness. It means moving in harmony with the flow of things. Like clouds drifting across the sky, Wu Wei teaches us this: the greatest strength is found in yielding, the most powerful action arises from stillness, and the deepest peace is not achieved, is allowed. Let that last one sink in. Peace is not achieved, it is allowed. How many years have you spent chasing it, looking for it in books, people, success, vacations? But what if peace isn't something to find, but something to remember? What if it's always been there underneath the noise? GuidedReflection.com voice, let me ask you something gently. What if you stopped fighting the current? What if you trusted life to carry you for once, instead of believing that you must carry everything? What if you stopped pushing for answers and allowed the questions to breathe? Close your eyes for a moment. Picture yourself in a boat, drifting down a calm river. You are not rowing, you are not steering. The current is gentle but certain. Now feel the tension begin to leave your shoulders. Feel your breath deepen without trying. You don't have to prove anything right now. You don't have to solve anything. For this one moment, you can just be. Story segment. The bamboo lesson. The teacher walked over to a grove and pointed. Bamboo bends in the storm, but it never breaks. It is hollow inside, empty of ego. We're taught to be like steel, hard, sharp, unbreakable. But steel snaps. Bamboo survives because bamboo knows the secret. Surrender is not weakness, it is wisdom. Practical segment 3. Shifts to effortless living. Now let's bring this home. Here are 3 ancient shifts that will change how you live if you allow them. 1. From control to trust. Control comes from fear. Trust comes from presence. Next time you're anxious, ask, what am I trying to control right now that I can instead trust life to handle? Breathe. Release. 2. From forcing to flow. The Zen master doesn't try to force the river. They step in, feel the current, and move with it. Ask yourself, where is life already moving with ease on? Where am I swimming upstream? 3. From doing to being, not a machine. You're a living being. Allow space in your day, not just for tasks, but for silence. In stillness, clarity arises. The Buddha once said, you yourself, as much as anybody in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. Read that again. You are not here to fight life. You are here to walk gently with it, to find peace not by winning but by awakening. This is not the end. This is the beginning of a new way of being. So, wrap yourself in a soft blanket. Feel your body soften, feel your breath deepen, and know that for once, there is nothing to fix. Let peace find you. Let go. If this message resonated with you, I invite you to share where you're listening from. Let's create a global circle of stillness, a place where effort ends and being begins. Like, comment, and subscribe if you're ready to live from this effortless space. And remember, you don't have to conquer life. You just have to stop fighting it. Peace begins now. Right now, you may feel like you're swimming against an invisible current, like you wake up each day already behind, like you're constantly chasing something just out of reach. Peace, success, clarity, even just a moment to breathe. You've been taught that life is something to conquer, that peace must be earned, that happiness comes after the struggle. But what if that teaching, the one you've carried like armor for years, isn't just wrong? What if it's the very reason you're so exhausted? Tonight, we're going to explore a secret known not just by monks and sages, but by the deepest part of you that has always yearned for stillness. This is the ancient secret of effortless living, not a philosophy you have to memorize, but a way of being you already carry inside, buried beneath all the noise. The story of the butcher who never struggled. In ancient China, over 2,000 years ago, there lived a wise Zen master named Chang. One day, he visited a small village and watched a local butcher at work. The man's hands moved like poetry. His knife glided through meat and joints with ease. Not once did he struggle, pause, or press hard, and yet his knife remained sharp after 19 years of use. Amazed, Chengzu asked him, "How is this possible?" The butcher simply smiled and replied, "I do not cut through the bone. I find the spaces in between." Let that sink in. He didn't force his way through. He didn't attack the resistance. He flowed around it. That right there is the essence of Zen. The illusion of effort. We've been trained to cut through bone, to push, to hustle, to force outcomes and bend life to our will. But life, like the body, has joints, natural points of movement. There are openings in every difficulty. There are softer paths through every storm, but to find them, you must slow down. You must listen, you must trust. This isn't about giving up. It's not laziness or passivity. This is Wu Wei, a central principle in Taoism and Zen. It means effortless action, movement without resistance, doing without striving. Buddha's great realization 2,500 years ago. Under a Bodhi tree in India, Siddhartha Gautama, later known as the Buddha, sat still until he saw through the illusion. He realized something simple but life-altering. Suffering doesn't come from pain. It comes from our resistance to pain. Life is unpredictable. Grief happens, loss comes, confusion visits, but the tension, the inner scream, the relentless stress, those come from fighting what is. You've likely heard people say, go with the flow. But what does that really mean? It means this: you stop trying to swim upstream when the river was always meant to carry you. Nature, as your teacher, look at a tree. It doesn't grow by forcing itself taller. It stretches slowly toward the sun. They move around them, carving through stone, not by force, but by patience. And your body, your breath. You're not consciously making your heart beat or your lungs expand. Life is already happening. Without your constant effort, the stress you carry isn't because life is too hard. It's because you've been trying to do everything on your own without listening to the deeper current. Give yourself permission to stop right now. Give yourself permission to do something radical. Stop trying so hard. Stop solving everyone's problems. Stop chasing perfection. Stop proving your worth. For just a moment, let yourself be. Let the breath you're taking right now remind you that you're already supported. Feel that. That's life, holding you. Releasing control isn't weakness, it's mastery. The ancient masters weren't floating in the clouds. They weren't untouched by hardship. They simply knew that fighting reality is like punching water. Your energy is wasted, and you only sink deeper. One Zen saying puts it this way: muddy water is best cleared by leaving it alone. Have you tried to fix your thoughts, your moods, your circumstances only to make them worse? The mind, like water, clears when you stop stirring it. A monk's whisper in the dark. There's a story of a young monk who once came to his teacher in tears. "Master," he said, "I can't do it. My mind is loud. My fears are heavy. I try and try to be still, but it only makes it worse." The old monk simply placed a cup of tea in front of him and said, "Stop trying. Be the cup. Let life pour into you. Stop holding it. Just receive." That night, the young monk stopped trying to meditate. He sat, he breathed, he let go, and for the first time he felt peace, not because he achieved it, but because he stopped chasing it. You were never meant to do it all. You are not a machine. You were never designed to carry the weight of every problem, plan every outcome, or perfect every detail of your life. Your body knows how to heal. Your heart knows how to love. Your spirit knows how to rest. But you have to stop interrupting that natural intelligence with constant doing tonight. Ask yourself, what if peace isn't something I achieve? What if peace is what remains when I stop resisting? A gentle practice. Flow meditation. Let's try something together. Sit back. Let your hands rest gently. Take a deep breath in through your nose and slowly exhale now. Imagine your thoughts as leaves floating on a stream. No need to chase them. No need to stop them. Just let them pass. As you do this, you may feel your shoulders drop, your breath may deepen, and something within you may whisper, this is what I've been longing for." Let life support you. You've spent years supporting everything: your family, your work, your dreams, your reputation. But what if life is trying to support you now? Not through signs or magic or sudden miracles, but through simplicity, through silence, through slowing down. You don't have to prove anything. You don't have to fix what's already flowing. You just have to listen, to yield, to trust. Conclusion. Returning to the flow tonight, or whenever you're listening, remember this: the most powerful way to live is not by adding more, it's by releasing what's heavy, by softening where you've been hard, by flowing where you used to fight. Like the butcher's knife, may your movements become smooth. Like the river, may your spirit curve around resistance. Like the breath, may your life return to effortless rhythm. This is the secret of effortless living. You don't have to chase it, it's already within you. Final words: if you felt something, stir within you today a sense of peace or a quiet yes from your heart. I invite you to leave a comment. Let me know where you're listening from and what moment touched you the most. And if this message helped you release even a small burden, you've already begun. Now, breathe, rest, and let life hold you. The moment that never ends. A journey into the timeless now. You are living in a prison, but this prison has no walls, no guards, no visible gate. It's invisible, yet inescapable until you learn to see it. The prison is made of time, not time, as the earth knows it, not the soft rhythm of sunrise and sunset or the circling seasons, but a man-made construct of deadlines and expectations, clocks and calendars, pressure and shame. You hear the voice of this prison daily. It's subtle, persuasive, familiar. It says, "You're behind. You should be further along. You're wasting time. There's not enough of it." This voice has convinced you that peace is something you must earn through effort, that happiness lives somewhere in the future after. You've fixed your problems, found your purpose, achieved your goals. And in this illusion, the moment you're actually in the one you're living right now becomes something to rush through, manage, or survive. But what if this voice is lying? What if peace isn't hiding in the future? What if it's hidden in the moment you're ignoring right now? The most invisible suffering, time anxiety, is the most pervasive and insidious form of modern suffering. Unlike physical pain or emotional heartbreak, it doesn't announce itself clearly. It seeps in quietly into your posture, your breath, your relationships. It shows up as tension in your shoulders that never really releases, as sleepless nights haunted by what you didn't do, as a quiet but relentless voice in your mind that says, "You're running out of time." And here's the real danger. Because time anxiety is invisible, we mistake it for reality. We think it's just being responsible. We think the dread and pressure we feel is necessary to survive in this fast-moving world, but it's not. It's the result of a fundamental misunderstanding of time and of the self. The Buddha saw through it all 2,500 years ago. The Buddha saw through the illusion. He saw that most human beings are not living in the present moment. They are living in memory and imagination. They are haunted by the past and terrified of the future, so much so that they miss the only place where life is actually happening, here, now. Let's test this right now. Ask yourself, is anything truly lacking in this exact moment? Not what your mind says you need, not your unpaid bills, the career success, the relationships, the spiritual insight you think you should already have, but in this single breath, what is missing? Your breath is happening, your heart is beating, your awareness is alive. And none of this required your effort or permission. So who is it that thinks something is missing? It's the mind trained by a culture of productivity, perfectionism, and self-judgment to reject the present in favor of the future. But the future is only an idea, a projection, a phantom. The past is a story, a fading echo, a dream remembered. The present moment, however, is real. Mental time versus natural time. Versus natural time, what's destroying your peace isn't time itself, it's mental time. Mental time is the constant narration running in your head. I should have done this differently. I need to catch up. I'm wasting my potential. These thoughts are not based in the actual flow of reality. They are based in judgment and comparison. Natural time, by contrast, is the rhythm of life as it is. The tree doesn't worry about spring. The river doesn't regret the rain. The moon doesn't speed up to match the sun. Everything in nature moves in perfect timing, not because it tries, but because it is. You too are part of nature. You are not in time. Time is in you. Gone beyond the illusion, the Heart Sutra. One of the most revered texts in Buddhism contains a mysterious phrase. Gate, gate, paragate, parasamgate, bodhisattva. Gone, 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 beyond. Gone completely beyond awakening. So be it. What has gone beyond? The illusion that you exist anywhere other than here. That your life exists anywhere other than now. The student came to Master Joshu in tears. Master, she said, I'm 35 years old and I've wasted my life. I should have started meditating when I was 20. I should have been more focused. It's too late now. Joshu listened quietly, then asked her, when you were 20, were you here? Of course, she said. I was alive. I was here. And where is that 20-year-old now? She's gone, the student whispered. She's in the past. And where is the 40-year-old you, who you say will be too late? She's not here yet, the student answered. Joshu smiled. Then tell me, he said gently, who is here right now? The one who is here right now is the only one who can awaken the real. Meaning of impermanence, we often misunderstand the Buddhist teaching of impermanence. We think it means everything ends, but that's not the heart of it. Impermanence reveals that the present moment is the only constant. That every past moment dissolved into this one. That every future moment, if it comes, will arrive here. There is only now. There has only ever been now. Every memory you have was experienced in the now. Every future moment you will experience will unfold in the now. This moment is not a tiny sliver between past and future. It's the whole canvas on which time paints, its illusion of movement. When you stop resisting the moment, you don't lose your drive, you gain your clarity, you don't stop growing, you start growing in the right direction. Chen and the old man consider the story of Chen, a businessman consumed by anxiety. His company was failing. His marriage was cracking. Every day, he drowned in thoughts of regret and fear. One evening, walking home from another failed meeting, he passed a city park. An old man sat on a bench, feeding pigeons. There was something so completely still about him, so simple and free, that Chen stopped. He watched. The old man broke breadcrumbs into his palm and held them out. The birds came, soft and fluttering. His eyes never left them. How can you be so peaceful? Chen finally asked. The man smiled. I have problems. My health isn't great. My children live far away. But right now, there are birds to feed. This moment is all that is real. Something inside Chen began to soften. For the first time in weeks, he wasn't solving, strategizing, or projecting. He just sat and was. When Chen went home, his circumstances hadn't changed. But he had. He had touched the moment, and the moment had touched him back. You are not becoming. You are being. Buddhism teaches that suffering arises from becoming, from the constant mental attempt to become something. Get somewhere, fix, or escape. But you are not becoming. You are being. Master Dogen called this Yuji being time. He taught, time is not something you pass through. You are time. The entire universe is in a single moment of your being. This isn't poetry, it's a profound invitation. Most spiritual seekers unknowingly suffer from seeking mind. They believe enlightenment lies ahead. They chase it, they struggle, they become tired. But enlightenment isn't ahead, it's beneath. Beneath the noise, beneath the self-improvement, beneath the future. Like the Zen master polishing a roof tile. Trying to make it into a mirror, your effort cannot make you what you already are. Stop trying to become Buddha. Nansen said. You already are. Practical presence, real life liberation. Let's bring this into your life. You're not being asked to abandon goals or live in a cave. You're being invited to release suffering. About time, you can still set appointments and prepare for the future. But let it arise from presence, not panic. Ask yourself, whenever you feel rushed or overwhelmed, what is actually happening right now? Am I breathing? Can I do the next simple thing? Often the task isn't overwhelming. It's the thoughts surrounding the task that are, you don't need more time. You need less thinking about time. Timelessness in action. The Zen. Farmeran, ancient Zen farmer, once said, "In spring, I plant. In summer, I tend. In autumn, I harvest. In winter, I rest. I don't plant while worrying about harvest. I don't harvest while regretting planting." Each season has its work. Each moment has its answer. He was not lazy. He was free. You are timeless. You are not your age. You are not your deadlines. You are not behind. You are not ahead. You are the witness of time, not its servant. Your awareness has no age. It has no urgency. It is not worried. It is simply awake. Master Yeonman was asked, "What is Buddha?" He replied, "A dried shit stick." Crude? No, brilliant, he was saying. Even in the most mundane, unglamorous moment, your divinity is there. Even now, especially now. Let's end where we begin. This moment never ends. It simply changes costume. It dresses as your morning coffee, your afternoon email, your evening fatigue, your late night breath. But it is always the same underneath, still open, sacred. So when you feel the urgency creeping in, remember, you are already here. You have already arrived. There is nowhere else you need to be, and the peace you've been chasing. It's not around the next corner. It's right here, waiting for you to stop, to breathe, to notice, and to finally let go into the moment that never ends. You didn't come here by accident. Right now, in this very moment, something within you is ready to let go of the weight you've been silently carrying. A weight made of expectations, pressure, resistance, and the silent belief that if you don't push, everything will fall apart. But what if the opposite is true? What if your deepest peace, your greatest clarity, your most powerful breakthroughs come not from effort, but from ease? What if life wasn't meant to be a constant uphill battle? What if you've been swimming against the current when the stream was always ready to carry you? This is the ancient secret of effortless living, and it's time to remember it. Chapter 1. The myth of struggle. Most of us have been taught that success requires sacrifice. That peace must be earned. That we must prove ourselves worthy of happiness through hard work, discipline, and endless striving. We chase dreams, we grind, we hustle. We plan every detail, micromanage outcomes, and set goals that feel more like burdens than blessings. And yet, so many of us are exhausted. We're achieving more, but feeling less fulfilled. We're connected more than ever, but lonelier inside. We're doing all the right things, but something always feels slightly off. Why? Because somewhere along the way, we forgot how to live in harmony with life. We turned life into a problem to solve. Instead of a mystery to explore, we made happiness conditional. Peace became a reward instead of a birthright. But 2,500 years ago, the Buddha taught something radical, that suffering doesn't come from pain, it comes from our resistance to it. It's not what happens to you, it's how tight you grip. Chapter 2. The Butcher's Knife. A lesson in flowing ancient China. A Zen master named Changju told a story that's been passed down for centuries. He once observed a butcher at work, but this was no ordinary butcher. His knife glided through the meat with such precision, such grace, that it never dulled even after 19 years of daily use. When asked about his secret, the butcher smiled and said, "I don't cut through the bone. I find the spaces between." That one sentence holds a secret most people never learn. You see, life is full of pressure points, obstacles, things that seem immovable. And most people, when they meet resistance, push harder. They try to cut through the bone. But Zen teaches us there is always space. There is always a way to move with life, not against it. And when you find the space between your thoughts, between moments, between action and reaction, you also find peace. Chapter 3. Wu Wei, the art of effortless action in Taoism. This concept is known as Wu Wei. It means non-doing, or more accurately action, without force. It doesn't mean laziness. It doesn't mean giving up. It means learning to act in harmony with the rhythms of life. Just as a tree doesn't force itself to grow, and rivers don't struggle to flow. A flower doesn't push its petals open, it simply opens when the time is right. Imagine what your life could feel like if you moved from this place, not from fear or pressure, but from trust and alignment. Imagine letting go of the constant need to control and allowing space for grace, because grace only flows where there's space. Chapter 4. Your chest rise and gently fall. Notice how your breath enters and leaves your body without you needing to control it. This is life happening through you, not because of your effort, but because of your surrender. You were never meant to make it happen all the time. Your job is not to fight the river. Your job is to listen, to feel the current, and to trust where it's taking you. There is a river flowing within you, always. The more you let go, the stronger it becomes. Chapter 5. Why you're so tired. You not tired because you're doing too much. You're tired because you've been swimming upstream. You've been trying to hold things together that were never yours to carry. You've been trying to fix things before they break, to please people before they ask, to control things that were never in your control to begin with. And what if you didn't have to? What if you allowed things to be a little messy, a little imperfect? What if you allowed people to misunderstand you? What if you allowed life to surprise you? What if you stopped chasing the perfect moment and realized you're already in it? Chapter 6. The way of the Zen masters. Zen monks spend years learning how to sit in stillness. Not because they're escaping the world, but because they're listening more deeply to it. A Zen proverb says, "Sitting quietly, doing nothing, spring comes, and the grass grows by itself." Stillness isn't the absence of life. It's the foundation of it. When you stop, truly stop, something magical happens. You begin to notice the intelligence underneath everything, the way your body breathes, the way your heart knows what it wants, the way life continues even when you do nothing. And suddenly you realize you were never alone. You were always being held. Chapter 7. Let life support you. Repeat this softly in your mind. I no longer have to do it all alone, because you don't. The sun rises without your help. The tides move. The seasons change. Your breath flows in and out. Your heart beats 100,000 times a day without you needing to remind it. You are already supported. Life is not something you must conquer. It is something you are part of. Let life support you. Stop trying to be the ocean and allow yourself to be a wave. Chapter 8. The power of yielding. Yielding is not weakness. It is the strongest thing you can do. Bamboo bends in the wind. That's why it survives storms that snap rigid. Oak trees, the strongest people are not those who never fall, but those who know how to fall and rise again with grace. True strength is knowing when to let go. It's not pushing through pain to prove something. It's pausing long enough to ask, is this still the right direction? Chapter 9. A gentle reminder. So now, I ask you to reflect. Where in your life have you been cutting through bone? Where have you been forcing something that no longer flows? Where can you begin to find the spaces? The space between action and reaction. The space between one breath and the next. The space where effortless living begins. Chapter 10. Returning to your nature. The truth is, you already know how to live effortlessly. You were born knowing. As a child, you followed joy. You moved with curiosity. You trusted. You didn't force life, you danced with it. Effortless living is not something you need to learn. It's something you need to remember. So tonight, let's return to that memory. Let's slow down, breathe deeply, soften our shoulders, close our eyes, not to escape life, but to return to it more fully. You're safe now. You can let go. You can trust life again. Final reflection. A new way forward. Imagine waking up tomorrow and deciding not to fight the day, but to meet it. Not to control it, but to cooperate with it. Not to push, but to flow. This is not about doing nothing. This is about doing the right thing at the right time, in the right spirit, with clarity, grace, and trust, just like the butcher. Finding the spaces between. Let this be the beginning of a new chapter, one where you live not by pressure, but by presence, not by force, but by flow, not by control, but by deep and sacred trust. Here you are, at the edge of a journey that never really began and that will never truly end. Not because you didn't travel far, but because what you were seeking was never outside you to begin with. You've walked through landscapes of thought, wandered deep into the caverns of your breath, and touched the edges of ancient wisdom older than memory. And now, in this final stretch of silence, something within you is beginning to soften. Not collapse, but unfold. This moment, yes, this exact moment is not an ending. It's an invitation to stop the seeking, to drop the striving, to return. Every teaching we've explored, every word that resonated with you tonight has been pointing to this very space, not as a metaphor, not as a spiritual idea or clever saying, but as this actual, breathing, feeling, living experience. Feel it now, not as a thought, but as presence. Notice your body, how it gently sinks into rest when it's allowed to. Notice your breath, how it moves, even when you forget to pay attention. Notice your mind, how like waves on a great ocean, it rises and falls on its own. You don't have to try so hard anymore. You never did. And this right here is what the ancient masters meant by effortless living. A way of being that doesn't demand more from you, simply invites you to stop interfering with what's already flowing perfectly. The most patient teacher. Do you remember when we talked about the breath earlier? Your breath has been your most patient teacher all along. It never shouts. It never pushes. It simply offers its rhythm moment after moment, asking only that you notice. Every inhale arrives without effort. Every exhale releases what no longer needs to be held. There's no need to grab the next breath. No worry that it won't come. It just does. What if you trusted life in the same way? What if you allowed the seasons of your emotions to shift without resistance? What if you stopped? This is the wisdom of the breath. Home, the great surrender, you see. Surrender is not weakness. It's not giving up. You didn't create the beating of your heart. You don't control your digestion. You didn't build your lungs or design the nervous system that allows you to read these words. And yet, somehow, everything functions with unimaginable precision. So why do we believe we must force life to work? Why do we carry this burden? The belief that we must fix, manage, struggle, strive, conquer? The Buddha called this belief illusion. He taught that suffering does not arise from life itself, but from our resistance to it, the clenching, the pushing, the refusal to accept what is. But when you surrender not to defeat, you become like the wind-free, ungraspable, yet full of invisible power. You become like the butcher in the old Zen story, moving through life, not by cutting through bone, but by finding the spaces. When surrender becomes strength, life becomes light again. Returning to the center, take a breath, not a forced one, just allow it. And now another. It was here when you were a child, curious and open. It is here now. This is your true home. And every time you come back to this moment, to your breath, you're re-entering it fully, but without the fog of resistance. You're finally seeing clearly, because effortless living doesn't mean your life becomes easy, or that pain disappears. It means you no longer make suffering out of pain. Overdoing. You live in alignment with nature, with your body, with the truth of what is. You are already whole. Here's the final truth most people spend their whole lives running from: you are already enough. You don't need to do more, become more, achieve more to earn rest or joy. The seed was perfect before it became a tree. You're being softened and present. Allow that truth to settle. Let it land in your heart like a feather falling in stillness. You don't have to chase peace. You are peace. You don't have to find love. You are love. You don't have to reach the light. You are the light, quiet, unwavering, eternal. Letting go of the struggle. So, as we close this time together, I invite you into the final step, which is no step at all. No instruction. No effort, just rest. Let your thoughts settle like snow in a globe that has finally stopped being shaken. Let your nervous system unwind, your shoulders drop, your jaw soften. Let your inner critic go silent for once, not silenced by effort, but by irrelevance. And in the hush that follows, listen. There is a great silence beneath the noise, a stillness that sings, a quiet that is alive. That is your true self, not the roles, not the mask, not the striving, but the spacious, timeless, effortless awareness behind it all. Final words: the Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within." Do not seek it without. These words were never meant to be carved in stone. They were meant to be lived. I only have to be present enough to live it, because when you stop trying to grip life so tightly, you realize it was always holding you. And so now, finally, fully, you can let go. Let everything fall into place, because nothing was ever out of place. To begin with, welcome home. All conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. The Buddha, in the stillness of an early dawn, when the world has not yet remembered its name, a leaf falls from an ancient tree. It does not resist the wind. It does not cling to the branch. It drifts downward with grace, carried gently by the invisible current of life. It does not know where it will land, and it does not need to. Its purpose is not to resist the fall, but to surrender to it. This, dear friend, is the nature of flow, and it begins with a single, quiet truth. Everything changes. At the heart of Buddhist teaching lies the law of anicca, impermanence, the truth that all things which arise will pass. That nothing, no matter how beautiful, painful, thrilling, or tragic, will remain the same. Everything we love, everything we fear, every joy, and every sorrow, all of it is in motion. It is not the truth of change that brings suffering, it is our resistance to it. We want the good moments to last forever. We want to freeze time at the height of love, or youth, or peace. We want certainty in an uncertain world. But when we grip the river of life and try to hold it still, our hands bleed. We suffer not because the water flows, but because we demand it not to. Zen Buddhism does not ask you to fight the current. It does not ask you to hold on or let go in fear. It whispers, softly, float. The wisdom of water. The Taoist sage Lao Tzu once said, "Be like water. Water is fluid, soft, and yielding. But water will wear away rock, which is rigid and cannot yield." Water adapts. It does not argue with the shape of the land. When it meets a rock, it does not shatter. It curves, it flows, it finds another path. It honors what is there, but does not become it, to live with peace in a world that will never stay. The same, we must become like this water. We must become intimate with the nature of flow. This does not mean we become passive or indifferent. It means we become deeply aware. We learn to ride the waves without being drowned by them. We learn to listen for the deeper rhythm beneath the noise, the natural unfolding of life that does not obey our ego's timeline. We do not force, we do not flee, we flow. The illusion of control. Much of modern life is built on the illusion of control. We schedule our days, we track our sleep, we plan our futures. We prepare for every possible outcome. But then, the phone call comes. The job ends. The loved one leaves. The body gets sick. The storm rolls in. Suddenly, we are reminded of the fragile truth we try to forget. We are not in control. What we do control is how we relate to what is happening. This is where the Dharma, the Buddhist teaching, becomes our refuge. Not as an escape, but as an invitation to see clearly. To wake up when we accept the ever-changing nature of life. When we stop wishing things were different and instead bow to what is, we discover a strange and beautiful freedom. We stop clutching at the wind. We breathe again. To accept impermanence is not to become cold. It is to become real. It is to stop clinging to a fantasy and begin participating fully in this sacred, temporary, unfolding moment. Softening the armor there is a kind of armor we build over time. It forms out of disappointments, betrayals, loss, and fear. We start to brace ourselves against life. We harden. We prepare for impact, even in moments of peace. But life, like water, finds a way in. It flows into the cracks. And if we allow it, it softens us. In the Zen tradition, softening is not weakness. It is a sign of awakening. When we soften to what is without judgment, Without resistance, we create space. Space for grace. Space for healing. Space for the deeper wisdom of our being to emerge. The truth is, everything you are trying to control is already changing. The relationship, the emotion, the situation, even your own body. This breath, this heartbeat, this moment is flowing into the next. When you recognize this, when you really see it, you may feel a kind of grief. That's natural. We grieve the loss of permanence, but we also open the door to compassion, to awe, to presence. Resting in the river tonight, let this truth be your rest. You don't need to hold it all together. You don't need to fix everything before you sleep. You don't need to figure it all out. Just breathe. Let the moment be what it is. Let the breath rise and fall like a wave. Let your thoughts come and go like clouds in a vast sky. Let your feelings move through you like weather, powerful but not permanent. There is peace in this, not the peace of perfection, but the peace of surrender. The Buddha did not promise us that life would not break. He promised us that it would. But he also gave us a path beyond suffering, not by escaping life, but by embracing it as it is. This is the path of flow. A simple practice here is a simple meditation you can try tonight. Find stillness, sit, or lie down comfortably. Let your hands rest gently. Notice the breath. Don't control it, just feel it. Notice the rise and fall like waves on the shore. Acknowledge change. Bring to mind something that has changed recently. A situation, a feeling, a relationship. Simply observe it without judgment. Whisper the truth. Silently repeat, this too is changing. This too is impermanent. Rest in that awareness. Breathe. Allow your body and mind to soften into the truth. Even 5 minutes of this practice can begin to shift the energy. Not because it solves your problems, but because it brings you into alignment with what is real. The gift of impermanence there is a hidden gift in impermanence, because nothing lasts. Everything becomes precious. The sound of your child's laughter, the taste of tea on your tongue, the hug you almost forgot to appreciate, the quiet moment before sleep, the chance to say, I love you one more time. None of these moments will come again in exactly the same way. But that's what makes them holy. To accept the truth of impermanence is to awaken to the miracle of now. Closing reflection. So, dear one, what if you stopped fighting the flow? What if you trusted the river of your life to carry you, not away, but home? What if instead of bracing, you breathed? What if you let go, not as a form of defeat, but as a form of deep faith? You are not meant to control the river. You are meant to feel it, to float in it, to be shaped by its rhythm. And in time, to become the river itself, moving, flowing, alive, and free. Let this be your anchor. All things change, and in that change, you are held. Just breathe, just flow, just be. In Taoist Buddhist philosophy, there is a beautiful concept called Wu Wei, often translated as non-doing, non-forcing, or more poetically, effortless action. It is one of the cornerstones of the Tao Te Ching, and a concept deeply respected in Zen Buddhism as well. But what is Wu Wei, truly, and how can one live by it in a world that constantly demands action, planning, and control? Let us begin at the beginning. The way of the river. Imagine a river winding through a mountain valley. It does not rush in a straight line, nor does it resist the rocks and bends in its path. It flows where the land allows. It is not passive. It moves and carves landscapes, but it does not strain. It responds. It cooperates with the world. This is Wu Wei. It is not the absence of action, but action in alignment with the present moment. It is choosing not to force your will upon life, but to work with the grain of the universe. It is the farmer planting seeds at the right season, not forcing them to grow. The sailor adjusting sails to the wind, not cursing the sea. The artist stepping into inspiration, not dragging it forward. When we live in Wu Wei, our actions emerge not from ego or fear, but from deep presence, not laziness, but harmony many misunderstand. Wu Wei as doing nothing at all. But it is not laziness. It is not indifference. It is intelligent responsiveness. A Zen master once said, "When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep." This sounds absurd in its simplicity, but it is a radical teaching. In our modern lives, we eat when we're distracted. We sleep when we're anxious. We act when we're unsure. We speak when we could listen. We are rarely in harmony with our true state. Wu Wei reminds us to come back to what is actually here. To align with what life is asking of us in this exact moment, the Master is not promoting instinctual living, but attuned living. There is a difference between reacting and responding. Wu Wei is response without resistance. The cost of forcing how? Often do we push and push, only to find ourselves exhausted, resentful, and lost. We try to control outcomes, shape others' behavior, force timing, create meaning where there is none. Yet life, like the river, will not be commanded when we try. To paddle upstream, we may feel like we are doing something noble, but we suffer. We burn out. And often, we miss the very path life was gently offering us. Wu Wei invites us to listen, to pause, to wait for the current, to let go of the frantic need to make things happen, and instead allow them to unfold in their own time. This doesn't mean we stop dreaming or working. It means we begin to act from a quiet, intuitive center, not a loud, anxious ego. Stillness, as sourced through action, arises from stillness. Think of a tiger in the wild. It does not run endlessly in search of prey. It watches, it waits. When the moment comes, it acts with total presence, total power. No wasted motion, no anxiety, only aligned instinct. The same is true for us. When we are still, we hear the truth beneath the noise. We know what is truly needed. We feel the rhythm of the moment and respond accordingly. Meditation is one path into this stillness. So is walking slowly, drinking tea without distraction, sitting under a tree, listening to a friend without trying to fix them. These are all practices of Wu Wei. They remind us the best action often arises from deep inaction. When not to act, sometimes the most skillful thing to do is nothing at all. Not every conflict needs a response. Not every question needs an answer. Not every discomfort needs a solution. Wu Wei teaches us patience. When you feel urgency, pause. When you feel pressure, breathe. Ask yourself, is this the right time? Am I pushing against the current? You may. Find that space opens up where before there was only struggle. That silence speaks more clearly than words. That waiting becomes wisdom. Living the Dao the Dao, or the Way, is not something we control. It is the natural unfolding of reality. Wu Wei is the practice of trusting that unfolding. You don't have to make your life happen. You only have to listen deeply to what is already happening through you. That idea can feel terrifying at first. We are taught to take charge, to set goals, to pursue. But over time, we discover that life lived in constant striving is rarely satisfying. Wu Wei reveals another path, the path of joyful surrender. When we let go of trying to push the river, we discover that we are already being carried. A simple, practice the next time a challenge arises. Try this. Pause. Don't react immediately. Give space. Breathe. Come back to the body. Feel your feet, your breath. Observe. Ask, what is truly needed here? Not what my fear wants, not what my ego insists. Act from stillness. Let your response arise like a wave forming on the ocean. Natural, unforced, true. This is the essence of Wu Wei. Closing reflection. You are not here to control life. You are here to live it. Let go of the struggle. Trust the current. Rest in the deep intelligence of the present. The flower does not try to bloom. The sun does not try to rise. They simply do. So can you. Breathe. Be still. And when the time comes to move, move with grace. This is the way. This is Wu Wei. Imagine a pond in the early morning, untouched by wind, untroubled by stones. Its surface mirrors the sky with stunning clarity. Clouds drift above and are reflected below. Trees on the banks bow toward their own image. There is stillness. There is presence. There is no distortion. This is the nature of the mind in meditation. But toss a pebble into the pond, and the image breaks. Even the smallest ripple transforms reflection into fragmentation. Throw many stones, and the surface churns. You can no longer see the sky. This, too, is the mind. When distracted, agitated by thoughts, emotions, fears, desires, regrets, constant motion, constant disturbance. In this state, we lose sight of what is real. Zen Buddhism offers us a way back, a way to return the mind to stillness, a way to see clearly again. This path is not found in the future, nor in the past. It is found only now in the present moment. The practice of Zazen in Zen tradition. The core of practice is Zazen-seated meditation. But Zazen is not a technique for relaxation or escapism. It is a way of being, a posture of presence, a returning dot. Sit, breathe, be still. Do not chase your thoughts. Do not push them away. Let them rise like clouds. Let them pass. Return to the breath, to this inhale, this exhale. It is so simple, it seems impossible, and yet, in this simplicity, lies the deepest power. When the mind settles, when the breath is steady, when the body is still, we begin to perceive clearly. We begin to realize that we are not our thoughts. We are not our feelings. We are not the stories we keep replaying in our heads. We are the stillness beneath it all, the awareness in which all arises. Why the present moment matters, the Buddha taught that suffering does not come from what is happening. It comes from our resistance to what is happening, from our stories about what is happening, from our attachment to what was, or our fear of what might be, he said. The past is already gone. The future is not yet here. There's only one moment for you to live, and that is the present moment. Think of your own suffering. How much of it is born from replaying the past, from guilt, shame, resentment, or nostalgia? And how much is born from the future? Anxiety, fear, uncertainty, hope. The present moment, by contrast, is often simple. It may not always be easy, but it is real. It is manageable. You can breathe through this moment. You can exist within this moment. You can act, rest, respond, or simply be here. In fact, you have never lived outside the present moment. The past is a memory, the future a projection. Only this now exists. Everything else is illusion. The mirror of stillness. When the mind is still, it becomes a mirror. It reflects reality with accuracy. No distortion, no projection. But when stirred by craving, fear, distraction, or desire, the mirror becomes warped. We no longer see things as they are. We see them as we fear they are, or as we want them to be. Zazen is a return to clarity. When you sit in stillness, you allow the ripples to subside. You no longer fuel them. You no longer react to them. You just observe. In that non-reactive awareness, wisdom arises naturally. Begin to see. Your thoughts are just thoughts. Your emotions are just energy. Your fears are often unfounded. Your desires are temporary. Your stories are not the truth. And what is left when all of this falls away? What remains beneath the turbulence? Presence, silence, peace, the pond, again still, the sky, again visible. Modern life and mental noise, our modern world, pulls us away from presence. We are constantly stimulated. Notifications, news, messages, deadlines, goals. We are trained to always do, to always respond, to always achieve. But the cost of this hyperactivity is profound. We lose touch with ourselves. We live in mental time travel, not reality. We exhaust our nervous systems. We forget how to simply be. In this whirlwind, meditation is an act of quiet rebellion. a refusal to let the world own your attention, a commitment to return to your own center. Each breath is an anchor, moment of stillness, a doorway back to peace. Pain versus suffering. There is a distinction in Buddhist teaching between pain and suffering. Pain is inevitable. The body will age, loss will come, challenges will arise. This is part of the human experience, but suffering, that mental, emotional amplification of pain, is often optional. It is born of identification, of clinging, of resistance. When you sit with the present moment, you begin to experience pain directly. You don't inflate it with story. You don't resist it, nor dramatize it. You just feel it. It becomes more bearable. It passes more easily. You discover this, too, belongs. This, too, can be met. In the still pond of presence, even pain becomes manageable. A practice. Returning to the breath here is a simple practice you can try right now. It is ancient, and yet fresh every time you do it. Sit comfortably on a cushion, a chair, the floor, spine upright but relaxed. Close your eyes, or let your gaze rest gently downward. Feel your breath. Don't control it. Just notice. Inhale, exhale, name it. When the mind wanders, and it will, gently label it, thinking. Then return to the breath, begin again. Over and over, return. Each moment is a chance to begin again. There is no goal, no success or failure. Only presence. Even 1 minute of this is enough to reconnect you to the ground of being. The gift of now. When you live in the present, you begin to notice things you never saw before. The light through the leaves, the subtle texture of silence, the warmth of your own breath. The presence of another being, life becomes vivid again. Not because it changed, but because you changed, because you showed up, because you stopped rushing through it. And when you do this, something miraculous happens. You find that joy was never in the future. Peace was never in perfection. Wholeness was never an achievement. It was always here. In this breath, in this moment, right now. Closing reflections tonight. Let go of tomorrow. Let go of yesterday. Come back to this breath. You don't need to solve everything. You don't need to fix yourself. You don't need to escape. Just be still, like the pond. The thoughts rise and fall. Let the emotions come and go. Let your breath be the sky. The still water reflects the truth. The present moment holds all you need. Be here. Be now. Be free. This is the way of Zen. This is the still water. This is you. Zen master Shunryu Suzuki once said, "Leave your front door and your back door open. Let thoughts come and go. Just don't serve them tea." This simple sentence reveals a profound spiritual truth. We are not asked to control our thoughts. We are not told to eliminate them. We are not even required to understand them. Instead, we are gently invited to let them come and go, like wind through an open house. We do not resist. We do not cling. This is the heart of non-resistance, one of the most transformative principles in Zen and Buddhist philosophy. The ocean and the wave. Imagine, for a moment, the vastness of the ocean, deep, boundless, and still in its depths. Now, imagine the waves that rise on its surface, some small, some enormous. They come and go with the wind, the moon, the weather. None of them stay. Yet no matter how large or fierce the wave, the ocean does not resist it. It does not rise up to battle the wave. It does not try to hold it down. It does not get offended or overwhelmed. It allows the wave to rise, and it allows the wave to fall. Your true nature is like this ocean, calm, deep, unshaken. Your thoughts, your emotions, your experiences, they are only waves. But when we identify with the wave, when we think we are the anger, the fear, the sadness, we lose the ocean. We become the storm. Non-resistance is the path back to the ocean. The cost of resistance, most suffering, is not caused by the event itself, but by our resistance to it. A difficult emotion arises, and we push it away. A painful truth surfaces, and we deny it. A loss occurs, and we grasp to get it back. This resistance is subtle but powerful. It manifests as tension in the body, endless mental chatter, emotional reactivity, insomnia, and stressing. Deep sense of disconnection. When we resist what is, we fight with reality. And as Byron Katie so wisely said, when you argue with reality, you lose, but only 100% of the time. To resist life is to tighten, to contract, to harden, and in that hardening, we separate ourselves from the flow of existence. Known resistance does not mean passive acceptance of injustice. It does not mean surrendering your power or denying your truth. It simply means this: allowing this moment to be as it is, without needing it to be different. First, it means feeling anger without becoming violent, feeling sadness without collapsing, feeling fear without running. Known resistance is being with your experience, not against it. It is like opening your hands instead of clenching your fists. You are not abandoning yourself. You are returning to yourself. The nature of emotions. Motions are energy in motion. They arise, they peak, they pass, like waves. But when we resist an emotion, suppress it, avoid it, distract ourselves from it, we trap that energy. It gets stuck. It leaks out sideways. It comes back louder. Non-resistance allows emotions to fulfill their natural cycle, to express, release, and move on. Consider this: even difficult emotions are not your enemy. They are messengers. They are weather systems moving through your internal sky. You don't need to stop the rain. You only need to remember that you are the sky, not the storm, welcoming the waves tonight. As you lie in stillness, notice what arises. Maybe it's a fear about tomorrow. Maybe it's a regret from the past. Maybe it's a feeling in your chest, tightness, ache, longing. Whatever it is, don't fight it. Don't label it wrong. Don't chase it away. Instead, say gently, "You are welcome here." Sit with it. Breathe into it. Let it be. Notice what happens when you stop resisting. The emotion may soften. It may intensify briefly, but eventually, like every wave, it will pass and you will remain. The ocean beneath. Non-resistance in everyday life. Practice doesn't only apply on the cushion or in moments of stillness. It can transform every area of your life. In relationships, when someone is angry or defensive, can you meet them with presence instead of counterattack? Can you let their emotion rise and fall without needing to fix or change them? In your body, when pain arises, can you breathe into it? Can you feel it without tightening against it? In your thoughts, when the mind is noisy, can you observe it, like whether not engaging, not suppressing, just watching? This is not easy work, but it is sacred work. Every moment you choose presence over resistance. You deepen your relationship with life itself. A practice, letting the waves pass. Try this. Gentle meditation when emotions are strong. Sit or lie down. In a quiet place, bring attention to your breath. Let it be natural. Notice what emotion is present. Don't name it. Just feel its energy in the body. Breathe into the feeling, as if the breath is creating space around it. Say silently, "I allow. This, I do not resist." Let the emotion move. Don't analyze it. Just be with it. You may be surprised how quickly emotions begin to dissolve when they are no longer fought. Trusting the intelligence of life and resistance is ultimately an act of trust. Trust that life knows what it is doing, that the wave knows when to rise and when to fall. When we resist, we try to control. We assume we know better. But what if we don't? What if the emotion that arises is here to teach us? What if the difficulty is shaping us in unseen ways? What if what looks like chaos is actually perfect unfolding? Like the ocean, trusting the tides, we too can surrender to the intelligence of life. What you let go of, lets go of you. Here is a paradox. The more we fight something, the more it fights back. But when we allow it, truly allow it, it begins to lose its grip. When welcomed, becomes clarity. Fear, when honored, becomes courage. Sadness, when embraced, becomes compassion. You do not need to become the wave. You only need to let it move through you. This is how healing happens. Not by force, but by flow. Closing reflection tonight. Do not resist the waves. Let them rise. Let them fall. Do not tighten. Do not run. Do not grasp. Instead, breathe. Watch. Allow. The wave may roar, but it is not permanent. The emotion may sting, but it is not your identity. The storm may shake you, but it cannot touch the depths. You are the ocean, still vast, free, and the ocean does not fight the waves. This is the way of non-resistance. This is the way of peace. This is the way of Zen. A student once came to a Zen master, eager to receive wisdom. As they sat together, the master began to pour tea into the student's cup. The student watched as the cup filled, then began to overflow, spilling across the table. Overfilling the cup, the student exclaimed. The master smiled and said, "Your mind is like this cup. How can I offer you anything if it is already full?" This short story holds a powerful truth. To receive wisdom, to move freely with life, we must first empty ourselves. Letting go is not about giving up. It is not about defeat. It is about making space. It is about emptying our hands so that we are ready to receive. The burden of holding on. What do we hold on to? Old beliefs, grudges, guilt, roles, expectations, painful memories, illusions of control. And what does this clinging cost us? Peace, presence, clarity, openness to new experience. The more we grasp, the heavier we become. We walk through life burdened not by what is, but by what we are unwilling to release. Our hands are so full that even when life tries to offer us beauty, we have nowhere to place it. Letting go is the practice of release, not to lose, but to gain space, breath, and freedom. The illusion of control is seductive. It promises safety. It whispers, if you can just hold on tightly enough, nothing will go wrong, but control is an illusion. Life is not a machine to be engineered. It is a river to be met, a breath to be followed, a mystery to be honored. Trying to control life is like trying to hold water in a clenched fist. The tighter you squeeze, the more you lose. Letting go means trusting the flow. It means opening your hands and allowing life to move through you. Not because you're helpless, but because you understand. The more you release, the more you return to harmony. Letting go of identity, one of the most profound acts of letting go is to release your identity, the fixed idea of who you think you are. You are not your name. You are not your job. You are not your failures. You are not even your thoughts. These are roles, masks, temporary appearances. In Zen, the practice is to peel back the layers until what remains is pure presence, awareness without a center. When you let go of your identity, even for a moment, something incredible happens. You feel light, you feel free. You realize that you do not need to be anyone, you only need to be. The paradox of freedom. Letting go may seem like loss, but often what we lose are chains. Invisible, self-imposed restrictions that keep us bound. When you let go of the need to be right, you gain peace. Of the need to be perfect, you gain freedom. Of the need to control, you gain flow. Of the need to impress, you gain authenticity. Of resentment, you gain your heart back. It is not easy, but it is sacred work. As you let go, you do not shrink, you expand. What letting go is not letting go, is not letting go, is not denial. It's not forgetting. It's not pretending you don't care. It is not abandoning what matters. It is not avoiding responsibility. Letting go is conscious, deliberate, tender, it says. I no longer choose to carry this burden. It's choosing peace over drama, trust over fear, presence over the past. It's a return to simplicity, the Zen of emptiness, sin. Emptiness is not a void to be feared. It is a space of pure potential. A bowl is useful only because it is empty. A window lets in light because it is hollow. A room serves its purpose because it is open. So too with the mind, the heart, the soul. When you are full of your own ideas, fears, stories, there is no room for the present moment to enter. But when you empty yourself even a little, clarity arises, joy arises. Life flows in. A practice emptying the cup. Try this short reflection. Sit quietly. Let your hands rest open on your lap. Imagine that you are holding something heavy in each hand, perhaps a thought, a memory, a fear. Ask yourself, do I need to carry this? With your exhale, imagine placing the burden down. Feel your hands. Lighten. Feel your breath deepen. Sit for a few moments in this openness. You don't have to let go of everything at once. Start small. One thought, one story, one expectation. Letting go of the past. One of the heaviest burdens we carry is the past. Mistakes, wounds, things we wish we had done differently. Words we wish we could take back. But the past is a shadow. It is not here. The only thing that keeps it alive is your attention. Forgiveness of yourself, of others, is the art of letting go. Not to excuse, not to forget, but to free yourself. You cannot step fully into this moment if one foot remains chained to yesterday. The key is in your hand. Let it go. Letting go of the future, likewise, the future can be a source of anxiety and grasping. What will happen? Will I succeed? Will I be okay? The truth is, you cannot live in the future. You can only live now. Letting go of the future is an act of trust. It says, I will meet tomorrow when it comes. Today, I choose to be here. This moment is the doorway to all moments. Step through it. Letting go in relationships, so often. Our suffering in relationships comes not from love, but from attachment to being understood, to getting our way, to needing validation. Letting go doesn't mean abandoning people. It means allowing them to be who they are. It means giving up the fantasy that you can control another's path. You can love deeply without clinging. You can care without controlling. You can give without demanding. This is true love. This is real intimacy. Letting go of effort. There is a moment in spiritual practice when striving must also be let go. We chase enlightenment, we chase peace, we chase awakening. But all of this chasing becomes another grasping, another full cup sometimes. The deepest practice is to sit quietly and simply be. To trust that what you seek is already here. No need to force, no need to reach, no need to fix. And in that letting go, discover what cannot be taken. Closing reflection tonight. As you lie in bed, notice what you are still holding. A thought, a fear, a story, a role. Bring it gently into your awareness, and then, with kindness, place it down. You are not your burdens. You are not your thoughts. You are not your roles. You are the space between them all. The awareness that holds everything and needs nothing. Let go, not to lose, but to find. Not to empty, but to receive. Not to fall, but to fly. Let your hands be empty. Let your heart be open. Let your life flow again. This is the art of letting go. This is the path of Zen. Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. Allow to pause for a moment. Look around you. If you are near a window, glance outside. Notice the movement of the wind in the trees, the softness of light on leaves, the passing of a cloud, the stillness of the earth beneath it all. There is a rhythm here, an intelligence that does not demand, does not rush, and does not struggle. And yet everything is done. The sun rises and sets. The moon swells and shrinks. The tide rolls in and returns. Flowers bloom and wither. Trees stretch upward, silently, patiently. This is nature, and you are not separate from it. You are not something above it or apart from it. You are it. Nature is not just what you see, it is what you are. To live well is to remember this, to return to this natural rhythm. To flow like the seasons, you are nature. Modern life often tricks us into forgetting our roots. We build cities of steel and glass. We measure time with artificial clocks. We rush, we force, we try to bend life to our will. But the body remembers. The breath remembers. The heart remembers. You too are earth and water, fire and air. You grow like the tree. You ebb like the tide. You fall and rise like the moon. Buddhism and Zen both invite us to observe nature not just with the eyes, but with the soul, to see it not as something out there, but as a reflection of ourselves. When you observe the world around you without distraction, without judgment, you begin to remember a deeper truth. You already belong. The seasons as teachers, nature moves in cycles. Each season carries its own energy, its own invitation. None are wrong, none are wasted. All are sacred. Spring brings renewal, new beginnings. The energy of growth and emergence. Summer offers expansion, fullness, fruitfulness. Autumn teaches release, shedding, letting go of what is no longer needed. Winter offers stillness, rest, deep silence, and just like nature, you too move through seasons. There are times to grow, there are times to shine, there are times to shed, there are times to be still. Problems arise when we fight these seasons, when we demand summer during winter, when we judge our stillness as laziness, when we push ourselves to bloom when it is time to root. Harmony with nature means honoring your own internal season. No need to force. A flower does not open by effort. It opens by timing. A river does not push. It follows the path of least resistance. A tree does not clutch at its leaves. When it is time, they fall. And so too with you. There is no need to force your growth. You do not need to push yourself into becoming something. You are already becoming. Let yourself be shaped by life, not driven by anxiety. Trust that your path is unfolding in perfect time, not always in the way your mind expects, but always in the way your soul needs. To earth, one of the greatest gifts of mindfulness is reconnection. Reconnection to breath, to being, to the body, and to the earth itself. When you walk barefoot on the ground, feel the pulse of the earth beneath you. When you drink water, honor the river that nourishes your cells. When you sit beneath a tree, remember that you too grow quietly and powerfully. This is not metaphor, this is truth. You are not just connected to nature. You are nature. Let this realization sink into your bones. Let it soothe your mind. Let it call you back to wholeness, a practice, becoming the tree. Try this meditation before sleep tonight. Lie down or sit comfortably. Close your eyes. Let your breath settle. Visualize a tree. See it clearly in your mind's eye. Roots deep in the soil, branches stretching to the sky. Become the tree. Feel your feet or spine as the roots. Feel your arms or chest as the limbs. Let your breath be the wind, moving through your leaves. Feel the weather. Let rain come. Let sun warm your bark. Let winds pass. You do not resist. You simply feel. Say silently, I trust the seasons of my life. I let go. I flow. Let this practice remind you that you are held, that you are part of something vast and wise, that you do not need to control the unfolding. Lessons from the forest, the river, the sky. From the forest, we learn the art of stillness, rootedness, of standing quietly, offering shade, giving without asking. From the river, we learn movement, not frantic, but fluid, carving through resistance, embracing twists and turns. From the sky, we learn spaciousness, the vastness that holds storms and sunlight alike, never clinging to either. All of nature teaches us presence. It does not regret the past or dread the future. It simply responds, moment by moment. The Zen of weathering storms. When storms come, nature bends, grass sways, branches yield. It does not fight, it does not fear, it simply endures. You too can meet your inner storms with grace. Not by becoming rigid, but by becoming soft. Let fear arise. Let grief wash over you. Let uncertainty visit. And then let them go. Trust that, like the sky, your true nature remains unchanged. Storms pass. The sky abides, being versus doing one of. The great struggles of modern life is over-identifying with doing. Accomplishment, productivity, speed, efficiency. But nature knows the power of being. A mountain does not move, yet it shapes weather. The moon does not speak, yet it controls the tides. Your value is not in your output, it is in your presence. There is a time for action, and there is a time for rest. Let nature teach you when to move and when to be still. In sync with the Duin, Taoism, and Zen, the concept of the way the Tao is central. The Tao is not a path you create. It is a path you discover by listening, by watching the signs, by flowing with life. When you are in harmony with nature, you are in harmony with the Tao. You do not struggle upstream. You do not demand what is not ready to arrive. You act when it is time to act. You rest when it is time to rest. You bloom when the soil is warm. No resistance, no rush, only trust. Closing reflection tonight as you prepare to sleep. Let this be your practice. Let go of striving. Let go of the pressure to be somewhere else. Close your eyes and see yourself as a tree. In a quiet forest, the wind moves through you. Rain kisses your skin. You do not resist the seasons. You do not force your growth. You do not doubt your worth. You simply live. You simply breathe. You simply are. You are nature, and nature is patient, powerful, and wise. Let that truth carry you into stillness. Let that wisdom move through your dreams. Let it awaken in you again tomorrow. This is the way of harmony. This is the way of the seasons. This is the way of Zen. May all beings be happy. May all beings be safe. May all beings be free from suffering. Metta Sutath River of Compassion. Compassion is not a concept. It is not a nice idea. It is a movement of the heart, a flow as natural as water, finding its path downhill in the teachings of Buddhism and Zen. Compassion arises not by effort or obligation, but by understanding. Understanding that we are all part of the same river of life. Understanding that every person you meet carries burdens, joys, fears, and hopes, just like you. When you begin to flow with life, when you surrender to impermanence, embrace the present moment, and stop resisting what is, you will notice something shift inside you. Your heart softens. Your judgments fade. Your compassion deepens. This is the compassionate flow. Resistance and separation. From a sense of separation, we see ourselves as different, better, worse, alone. But when we resist life, when we fight against what is, we also resist others. We harden, we become defensive, we close off, and in doing so, we sever the natural flow of connection. Zen invites us to return to the truth. There is no separation. You are not separate from the person you disagree with. You are not separate from the stranger on the street. You are not separate from the parts of yourself you struggle to accept. All are waves in the same ocean. When we flow with life, we open to others. We begin to listen, to forgive, to hold space, to see the humanity in every face. The practice of metta, loving kindesone, of the most profound teachings of the Buddha is the practice of metta. Loving-kindness, metta, is the intentional cultivation of benevolence, of unconditional friendliness, toward yourself, toward others, and toward all life. It begins with you, because if your heart is clenched, if you are at war with yourself, how can you offer peace to anyone else? Try this simple metta meditation. Close your eyes, place a hand on your heart. Whisper silently, "May I be safe, may I be at ease, may I trust life's flow, may I rest in peace." Repeat this for a few breaths, then bring to mind someone you love. Offer them the same wishes. Next, offer the phrases to someone neutral. Then, bravely, offer them to someone who has caused you pain. Finally, extend them to all beings everywhere. This is how compassion flows from the center of your being outward, like ripples in a still pond. Softening the heart to soften, is not to become weak, it is to become spacious. Softness means you no longer need to defend yourself with anger. You no longer carry the armor of bitterness. You allow yourself to feel. You see that others, even those who hurt you, are also hurting. You realize that cruelty often masks pain, that closed hearts are often wounded hearts, and in that realization, something opens. You begin to forgive, not because others deserve it, but because you deserve peace. Forgiveness is a gift you give yourself. Letting go of judgment, judgment is a wall. Compassion is a bridge. When we judge, we create distance. When we understand, we draw near. This does not mean we condone harmful actions. It means we seek to see the person beneath the behavior. Ask yourself, what might this person be carrying? What pain might they be hiding? What do I not yet understand? Curiosity softens the heart. It invites compassion. When compassion feels hard sometimes, compassion feels impossible. Sometimes, our hearts feel too broken, too tired, too raw. That is, okay, compassion does not require perfection. It only requires intention. If all you can offer today is a kind thought, that is enough. If all you can manage is a breath of patience, that is enough. Begin where you are. Meet yourself with kindness. That is where compassion is born. A river that becomes the ocean. Each act of compassion is a drop of water. Each breath of forgiveness, a ripple. Each whisper of metta, a current dot, and slowly they join. They merge. They become rivers, and rivers become oceans. The world does not need your perfection. It needs your presence. It needs your heart. Let your life be a river of kindness. Let your words be gentle rain. Let your actions be soft and strong, like water that wears down stone. Not by force, but by persistence. A guided compassion practice. Try this practice before bed. Sit or lie down. Close your eyes. Place your hands on your heart. Breathe deeply. Feel your breath move like a river through your body. Whisper slowly, may I be free from fear. May I be held in love. May I flow with life. Now bring someone you love into your awareness. Whisper, may you be free from fear. May you be held in love. May you flow with life. Bring in someone difficult. Whisper the same phrases. Finally, extend the wishes to the world. May all beings be free from fear. May all beings be held in love. May all beings flow with life. Let these words echo into the night. Let them fill your breath. Let them guide your dreams. Compassion in everyday life. Compassion is not limited to meditation, cushions, or temples. It lives in the small moments, letting someone merge in traffic, listening without interrupting, offering a smile, choosing kind words, being patient with yourself. These are not trivial acts. They are sacred. They are how we change the world. The Zen of loving without attachments teaches us to love without clinging, to care deeply but not control, to offer our hearts but not demand outcomes. This is the mature compassion of a steady mind and an open heart. You love because it is your nature. You forgive because it frees you. You serve because it brings joy. This is not martyrdom. This is freedom. Closing reflection tonight. Rest in the river of compassion. Let the tightness in your chest loosen. Let the judgments in your mind dissolve. Let the stories you tell yourself soften. Breathe in and receive love. Breathe out and offer it freely. Whisper silently, may I be at ease, may I trust life's flow, may I rest in peace. Then offer the same to someone you love, then to someone you don't know, then to someone you struggle with. Let your compassion flow beyond the boundaries of self. Let it become a river. Let it become an ocean. This is how we return to wholeness. This is how we become the heart of Zen. This is how rivers become oceans. There is a quiet power in not knowing, in a world addicted to certainty and control. Faith in the unseen can seem irrational, even frightening, but in Zen and Buddhist wisdom, this surrender is not foolish. It is the ultimate act of courage, when you trust without evidence, when you let go of your tight grip on the future. You make space for grace. You begin to walk the path, not because you see its end, but because the path calls you, because life calls you, and that is enough. Faith in flow, not in controls, does not teach blind belief. It does not ask for worship. Instead, it invites you to participate in life with awareness, to trust not in concepts, but in the unfolding itself. Think of a river. It twists, it turns, it meets rocks and waterfalls, yet it never hesitates. It never says, I must see the ocean before I begin. It flows. You, too, are invited to live like this, to trust the current of your life, to let go of over-planning, to step into the next moment without needing a map, not because you know where it leads, but because something deeper in you knows that it's time to take the step. The lotus and the mud. The lotus flower does not bloom in crystal clear water. It rises through mud, through darkness, through dense unseen matter. It does not ask, will I ever bloom? It does not pause and calculate the odds. It simply rises. This is the trust Zen speaks of, not a faith in outcome, but in the natural unfolding of being. Sometimes your life may feel like mud, confusing, heavy, opaque, but the mud is part of the journey. It nourishes the roots. It supports the unseen growth. Trust that something is happening, even when you can't see it, even when you don't believe it. Living without answers, the mind craves answers, solutions, certainty. But the heart, the deeper self, knows how to live in mystery. You don't need to know what's next to live. Well, now, you don't need to predict the ending to live the story. Zen encourages you to release the question, what will happen, and replace it with presence. What is happening now? Because life is not waiting in the future. It is here. It is breathing. It is moving through you right now. The practice of not knowing beginner's mind in Zen. There is a beloved teaching, Shoshin the beginner's mind. It means to meet each moment with openness, with curiosity, with the humility to say, I don't know. To practice beginner's mind is to bow to the unknown, to honor the unfolding, to walk without needing to control every step. Try this. When you catch yourself trying to figure it all out, pause, breathe, whisper to yourself, it's okay not to know. Let the next step arise. Faith lives in that pause, trusting the seasons of your life like nature. Your life has seasons. Times of growth, times of shedding, times of stillness. You cannot rush the spring. You cannot force the harvest, but you can trust that the seasons will turn. Let your life be like the forest. Bloom when it's time. Rest when it's time. Let go when it's time. Even in the bare winter branches, trust. The sap still flows. The life force has not left you. It has simply gone inward. A guided reflection carried by the current before bed. Try this simple reflection. Lie down. Place your hands on your belly. Breathe deeply. Imagine yourself as a leaf on a river, floating, moving, not steering. Just trusting. Whisper softly, I trust the current. I do not need to see the ocean. I am being carried. Feel into the truth that you do not need to control everything. Rest in that surrender. Let your breath carry you into sleep. Stories of trusting. The path. 1. The worn path. A monk once asked his teacher, how can I walk this path if I don't know where it leads? The master replied, do you trust the ground beneath your feet? Sometimes that is all we need to trust the next step. Point 2. The broken bridge. Another student stood before a broken bridge. He asked, should I turn back? The teacher said, sit, watch. Let the way reveal itself. Moments later, another traveler arrived with a plank. Life is like this. Answers arrive when we stop forcing them. Faith, as a muscle faith, is not just a belief. It is a muscle. You strengthen it by using it, by trusting when things are unclear, by moving forward when the light is dim. You may wobble, you may fall, but each time you get up, each time you keep walking, you build resilience. Faith does not mean the path is easy. It means you are willing to walk it anyway. Embracing the mystery there is something sacred about not knowing, something beautiful about mystery. When you release the need to control, you begin to notice the wonder, the synchronicities, the unexpected kindness, the gentle nudges. You become available to grace, to surprises, to the hidden poetry of life. Trust that what is unfolding is wiser than your plans, that there is a rhythm deeper than your fears. A nighttime mantra try, repeating this before sleep. I trust the unseen path. I let go of what I cannot. CONTROL. I am safe in this moment. I rest in the arms of life. Let these words become a lullaby for your soul. Let them calm your racing thoughts. Let them carry you into deep rest. The Zen of trusting the end. Zen does not offer answers. It offers presence. It offers the willingness to bow to what is, and in that bow, there is peace. Trust is not about knowing. It is about surrendering. Do not need to see the whole path. You only need to take the next step. One breath at a time. One moment at a time. One surrender at a time. Closing reflection tonight as you lie in silence. Remember, the river flows without knowing. The lotus blooms without a plan. The stars shine without needing to understand you. Two are part of this great unfolding. Let yourself be carried. Let yourself trust. Let yourself rest. Whisper one last time, I do not need to know. I only need to trust. I am already home. This is the faith of Zen. This is the way of the unseen path. This is the quiet courage of flow. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. Introduction. The Zen of the ordinary Zen is not about escaping daily life. It is about fully inhabiting it. It is found not in lofty ideals or faraway retreats, but in your kitchen, in your footsteps, in the rhythm of your breath as you fold laundry or drink tea. To live. Zen is to infuse presence into the mundane. It is to live each moment with attention, intention, and simplicity. The myth of escape. Many people think spiritual practice means retreating from the world. But true Zen invites you into the world fully, quietly, and without resistance. You don't need to run away to find peace. Peace is found in the way you wash a dish, the way you answer the phone, the way you take a step. Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh said, when you walk, walk. When you eat, eat. This is not trivial advice. It is an invitation to live, one thing at a time. Modern life, multitasking is celebrated. But Zen offers a different way, doing one thing at a time with full attention. When you eat, just eat. When you listen, just listen. When you work, just work. This is the art of mindfulness. True flow comes not from doing more, but from doing less with more presence. The Zen of movement walking can be a meditation. Sweeping the floor can be a sacred act. Try this. As you walk, feel. Your feet touch the ground. As you clean, notice your breath. As you cook, notice the textures, the colors, the scents. Let life be felt fully through your senses. Zen practice is not separate from action. It is action infused with awareness. Silence, as nourishment to our lives, are loud with devices. With thoughts, with urgency, Zen encourages silence. Not just the absence of noise, but the fullness of stillness. Begin your day with a few moments of silence. Breathe deeply. Listen. Even as you go about your day, carry an inner silence with you. Let your speech be gentle. Let your mind be spacious. You don't need to fill every gap with words or activity. Let some moments remain open. Simplicity, as a path Zen teaches that less is more. Declutter your space. Declutter your schedule. Declutter your mind. Simplicity. Make space for clarity. Try simplifying your routines, your meals, your commitments. Ask yourself, is this essential? Let go of what is not. In simplicity, you find freedom. The pause, sacred in small life, flows when we pause. Before you speak, pause. Before you react, pause. Before you rush, pause. In that pause, wisdom lives. It is in the small pauses that you regain your center, that you hear your breath, that you remember who you are. Zen is not dramatic, it is subtle. It is found in the quiet space between doing and being, bringing ritual to the everyday turn, your routines into rituals. Light a candle before you write, say, a blessing before you eat. Wash your hands as a symbol of beginning anew. Ritual brings sacredness to the ordinary. It reminds you that life is not a series of chores, but a series of sacred moments. Responding, not reacting. Living Zen means responding with awareness instead of reacting from habit. Someone cuts you off in traffic. Do you tense or breathe? You spill your drink. Do you curse or smile? Every moment offers a choice, to harden or soften, to resist or flow. The Zen way is to meet each moment freshly with openness and compassion. Mindful speech words have power. To live Zen is to speak with kindness and clarity. Before you speak, ask, is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? Let your words nourish. Let your silence heal. Digital Zen technology is not the enemy, but unconscious use of it can scatter your mind. Try these practices. Start your day without your phone. Take tech pauses. During the day, eat meals without screens. Have a digital sunset, turning off devices. Before bed, let your mind reclaim stillness. Let your attention return to the now. Zen at work can be stressful, but it can also be sacred. Bring mindfulness to your tasks. Begin your day with intention. Take one mindful breath between emails. Focus on one task at a time. Create spaces of quiet, even if just in your own mind. You don't need to quit your job to live Zen. You simply need to show up with presence. Zen in. Relationships. True connection arises when we are fully present. When with someone, give them your full attention. Listen not to reply, but to understand. Let go of assumptions. Let go of judgment. See the other person as they are, not as your mind imagines them to be. This is love. This is Zen, a daily practice of living Zen. Begin with 5 anchors. Breathe. Start your morning with 3 mindful breaths. Pause before each transition in your day. Pause for awareness. Observe. Watch your thoughts without judgment. Simplify. Let go of one unnecessary task. Appreciate. End your day with 1 moment of gratitude. Let these be your guideposts. Not rigid rules, but gentle reminders. The flow of now life doesn't need to be perfect to be sacred. You don't need to fix everything to be at peace. Flow is not found in escaping your life, but in embracing it, just as it is, even in traffic, even in spilled milk, even in boredom. This is Zen. To meet each moment without resistance, to respond with clarity and kindness, to breathe deeply into the present. A closing meditation tonight. Sit quietly. Let the day settle like sand in a jar. Feel your breath. Feel your body. Now reflect. Where did I rush today? Where did I pause? Where did I meet the moment fully? Let go of judgment. Just notice, and whisper. Tomorrow, I will flow. Tomorrow, I will live awake. Tomorrow, I will be here. Because Zen is not far away. It is here. It is now. It is this breath, always. As you arrive here, at the final chapter, pause. Take a long breath. This moment is not an ending. It is a deep remembering. You have never been separate from flow. From the moment you were born, life has flowed through you in your breath, in your tears, in your dreams. The pulse of the universe has always been your own pulse. This chapter is not about finding something new. It is about waking up to what has always been. You are already flowing. The myth of arrival, we often think peace. Enlightenment, or flow, is a destination. Something far away we must strive toward. But Zen and Buddhist wisdom gently reveal the truth. There is no place to get to. You are already here. The path is not about addition. It is about subtraction, removing illusion, expectation, and resistance. What remains is clear, simple, whole. The river. Within, imagine your inner life as a river. Thoughts arise like ripples. Emotions pass like waves. The self you think you are is like a drifting leaf. Beneath it all, there is something deeper, a vastness, a silence, a current that does not change. This is your true nature. You are not the waves. You are not even the riverbanks. You are the flow itself. When you realize this, the striving softens. You no longer need to swim so hard. You simply allow. Returning to simplicity, the deepest truths are often the simplest. Breathe. Be kind. Let go. Pay attention. This simplicity is not ignorance. It is wisdom distilled through the fire of experience. You do not need to memorize doctrines or master complex rituals. You need only return, again and again, to the present moment with honesty, humility, and a soft heart. Trusting life's intelligence, a seed does not panic to become a tree. A cloud does not question where it drifts. Everything in nature flows, with a silent intelligence, a deep knowing that you too carry inside you. Let go of needing to control every outcome. Let go of needing to know every answer. Trust that the current knows where to go. Even when you feel lost. Even when the river bends into shadow, trust that movement is still happening. You are being carried. The mirror of the present life is always reflecting back your own awareness. When you are anxious, the world feels overwhelming. When you are still, the same world feels peaceful. The external world is not always the cause. It is often the mirror. To live in flow is to stop trying to change the reflection and begin to work with the one who sees. Surrender, the highest. Strength in Western culture. Surrender is often seen as weakness. But in the wisdom traditions, surrender is the gateway to peace. Surrender is not giving up. It is giving in. It is a conscious softening. It is saying, I trust life more than I trust my fear. When the mind surrenders, the heart opens. When the heart opens, compassion flows, and compassion is the natural rhythm of a heart in harmony with life. The wisdom of the body. You don't have to figure everything out with your mind. Your body knows how to breathe, how to heal, how to move toward what is nourishing. When you quiet the mind, the body begins to speak. It whispers, rest now, move now, let go now. To live in flow is to listen. Practicing presence, one last time, try this one final meditation. Sit or lie down in stillness. Feel your body. Fully feel your breath, like a tide, rising and falling. Notice sounds, sensations, thoughts like waves on the surface. Now, feel what is underneath the space, the silence, the witness. This is you. This has always been you, the one who sees, without judgment, the one who flows without effort. Rest here. Integration, carrying flow into your life as you return to your ordinary routines, brushing teeth, commuting, answering emails. Remember, flow is not a destination. It's a way of being with what is. Let the dishes be your temple. Let your conversations be your practice. Let your sleep be your sacred return to the river of rest. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be present. Whisperings from the river. Let these words echo softly within you. I am already flowing. I do not need to chase what is already here. I let go of forcing. I return to simplicity. I trust the current of my life. Breathe these truths into your bones. Let them settle like stones in a clear stream. The mystery remains. Not everything needs to be understood. Zen embraces the mystery, the paradox, the unknown. You are allowed to live the questions. To not have it all figured out. To not have the answers. Let life be a mystery you trust, not a puzzle you must solve. A final blessing tonight. As you close your eyes, feel the current of life within you, the breath that comes unasked, the heart that beats faithfully, the silence that holds. Everything, let these be your anchors. Let this be your homecoming. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are not separate. You are life. You are breath. You are the river, and you are already flowing. Rest well, dear soul. Rest in the flow you have always belonged to. May peace carry you forward, always. The art of flowing with life. Life is a river ever changing, never still. We often find ourselves trying to dam the currents, control the waters, or resist the tides. Yet, Buddhist and Zen wisdom offer a profound invitation to let go, surrender, and flow naturally with the unfolding of life. This teaching is not about passive resignation. It's a deep, active engagement with reality as it is, moment by moment. It's about aligning your heart, mind, and body to the rhythms of existence itself. Impermanence, embracing the nature of change, the core of Buddhist teaching is impermanence. The Buddha taught that all conditioned things arise, change, and fade away. This includes our thoughts, emotions, relationships, and even our sense of self. Rather than resisting this truth, Zen invites us to welcome it, like the autumn leaves falling gracefully to the ground, like the river flowing without pause or hesitation, like the clouds that drift freely across the sky. When we accept impermanence, we stop grasping at what cannot be held. We begin to move with life instead of against it, reducing suffering and opening space for peace, non-self. Letting go of fixed identity. Another cornerstone is unity, or non-self. This teaching reveals that the I we cling to is not a fixed entity but a flowing process, ever shifting like a wave on the ocean. In Zen, this insight becomes a doorway to freedom. When you loosen your grip on rigid identities and expectations, your life flows more effortlessly. You stop fighting yourself and instead learn to be fluid, responsive, alive. Wu Wei, effortless action borrowed from Taoism and embraced by Zen. Wu Wei means non-doing or effortless action. It's the art of moving in harmony with life's currents rather than struggling against them. A Zen master said, "When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep." This simple teaching reminds us that sometimes the most profound wisdom lies in responding naturally to what arises without overthinking or force. By practicing Wu Wei, we learn to act without unnecessary effort, trust the process rather than controlling it, find peace in alignment rather than resistance. Zazen, returning to the present moments in meditation, or Zazen, is a practice of seated stillness and presence. In this stillness, you don't chase after thoughts or push them away. You simply observe the flow of your breath, sensations, and awareness. Through Zazen, you train yourself to return again and again to the present moment, where life truly happens. This practice cultivates a calm, clear mind that can meet whatever arises with equanimity and grace. On resistance, the ocean does not fight the waves. Zen Master Shunryu. Let thoughts come and go, just don't serve them tea. This metaphor captures the essence of known resistance, allowing emotions, experiences, and sensations to arise and pass without clinging or pushing away. Like the vast ocean that neither fights the waves nor tries to hold them back, your mind can learn to welcome all of life's currents with openness and acceptance. METTA. Cultivating compassion and loving naturally with life is not only about inner ease, but also about compassion for yourself and others. The Buddha taught metta, or loving-kindness meditation, as a path to soften the heart and dissolve barriers by practicing phrases such as, "May I be safe, may I be happy, may I be at peace, may you be safe, may you be happy, may you be at peace." You cultivate a gentle flow of kindness that spreads outward, connecting you with the whole web of life. Letting go, the art of emptying. Your Hanzei Zen story tells of a master pouring tea into a student's cup until it overflows. When the student protests, the master says, "Your mind is like this cup. How can I fill it if it is already full?" This teaches the art of letting go, releasing fixed views, expectations, and attachments so that life's natural flow can enter. Letting go is not loss, it is freedom. It opens your hands to receive what life offers, moment by moment, trusting the unseen path. You do not need to know every turn of the river's course to flow with it. Zen teaches faith in the unknown, faith in doctrine or deity, but faith in the unfolding itself, like the lotus that blooms through the mud without knowing the future. You can trust that life's current carries you to where you need to be. Surrendering control opens the door to profound peace. Bringing flow into everyday life. Zen is not only practiced on the cushion, but woven into every moment. Living Zen means washing dishes mindfully, walking slowly and with attention, speaking gently and listening deeply, eating with gratitude and presence. This daily mindfulness invites flow into your ordinary routines, transforming even the simplest acts into sacred practice. Conclusion: you are already. Essence of Buddhist and Zen wisdom for letting life flow naturally is simple yet profound. You do not need to chase flow or create it. You are already flowing in your breath, your heart, your being. Your practice is to notice, surrender, and trust the river of life within and around you. In this surrender, a deeper freedom arises, a harmony with all that is. Suggested practice: a meditation on flow. Sit comfortably. Close your eyes. Feel your breath, gentle and steady. Imagine yourself as a river flowing, shifting, alive. When thoughts arise, see them as leaves floating on the water. Do not catch them. Do not push them away. Simply watch. Let the river carry you. Breathe in ease. Breathe out resistance. Rest here. In our modern world, life often feels like a struggle against the current, a constant fight to control, plan, and manage. Yet, the wisdom of Buddhism and Zen offers a different approach, an invitation to let go of resistance and discover the natural flow that already exists within us. This flow is not about passivity or surrendering to fate, but about wise engagement, embracing life's impermanence, trusting its rhythms, and responding with mindful ease. The truth of impermanence: life is always changing. Buddhism begins with a simple but profound observation: everything changes. This is anicca, the principle of impermanence. Our thoughts, feelings, bodies, and surroundings are in continuous motion. Clinging to stability or permanence leads to suffering. The river never stops flowing, and neither do we. By accepting impermanence, we stop pushing against life's waves and instead learn to ride them gracefully. The leaf that falls from the tree does not resist the wind, it moves with it. So can we. Attachment. Freedom from grasping closely linked to impermanence is non-attachment. Attachment to people, ideas, possessions, and even our identities creates tension. Zen teaches us to hold lightly, like holding a feather or water in cupped hands. No attachment doesn't mean indifference. It means loving fully without grasping, participating without controlling. When you practice non-attachment, life flows without blockage. You allow experiences to come and go, like clouds passing through the vast sky of your mind. Wu-wei, effortless. Doing in Zen and Taoist philosophy. Wu-wei is the principle of effortless action. Doing without doing, moving without forcing. When you try to control every outcome, you create friction. Wu-wei invites you to step back, trust the natural unfolding, and act in harmony with the moment. For example, a Zen master says, when thirsty, drink. When tired, sleep. These actions are spontaneous, simple, and true. When you learn Wu-wei, you stop swimming upstream. You become the current. Mindfulness. The power of present awareness flow arises naturally from mindfulness. The practice of present moment awareness, mindfulness, allows you to notice what is happening without judgment. It grounds you in reality, preventing you from getting lost in regrets or anxieties. By returning your attention to your breath, your body, and your senses, you anchor yourself. In the now, the only place where life truly flows. Zazen. Cultivating stillness within movements and meditation, or Zazen, is the heart practice for flowing naturally. In seated meditation, you sit quietly, observing thoughts and sensations, without grasping or rejecting. Like a still pond reflecting the sky, your mind becomes clear and receptive. This practice strengthens your ability to flow with life, because you learn to meet change with calmness rather than agitation, compassion, and metta. Softening the heart flowing with life is also about compassion towards yourself and others. When you soften judgments and open your heart, resistance diminishes. The Buddhist practice of metta, loving kindness, helps you cultivate gentle acceptance. By wishing peace and ease for yourself and others, you become a channel of healing flow, like a river nourishing the lands it touches. Embracing uncertainty, trusting the unknown path. Life's flow is mysterious and unpredictable. You cannot foresee every twist or turn. Buddhist wisdom encourages trust in the unfolding process, even when the future is unclear. Like the lotus that grows through the mud to bloom in the sun, you can trust that growth happens in its own time and way. Faith here is not blind belief, but deep surrender to the reality that life carries you forward. Practical wisdom for daily flow. Slow down. Notice the tempo of your breath and steps. Do one thing at a time. Full presence in small acts. Cultivates flow. Rest when needed. Nature rests in winter. So can you. Let go of perfection. Flow allows for imperfection and spontaneity. Listen deeply. To others, to yourself, and to the world around you. Each moment becomes an opportunity to practice flowing rather than forcing. Conclusion. You are the flow. The river is not separate from the water, is the water. You are not separate from the flow of life. You are the flow. Buddhist and Zen teachings do not ask you to create flow, but to recognize and embody it in stillness and movement. Joy and sorrow, gain and loss, you are always flowing. Rest in this truth. Guided reflection. Your eyes. Take a deep breath. Feel the river inside you, your breath, your heartbeat, your awareness. Imagine yourself flowing effortlessly through the landscape of life. Release any tension or resistance. Trust that you are exactly where you need to be. Open your eyes gently and bring this flow into your day. In the modern world, many of us experience life as a battle against time, stress, uncertainty, and change. We strive to control outcomes, hold on to stability, and resist the unpredictability of existence. Yet the ancient wisdom traditions of Buddhism and Zen invite us to consider a different way, one of harmony, acceptance, and natural flow. Letting life flow naturally does not mean passivity or surrender to fate. Instead, it means awakening to the deeper currents of existence and learning to move with them rather than against them. It means embracing impermanence, cultivating mindfulness, and living with compassion and wisdom. In this script, we will explore the profound teachings of Buddhism and Zen that illuminate the art of flowing naturally through life's changes, challenges, and opportunities. We will dive deep into principles like impermanence, non-attachment, wu-wei, effortless action, mindfulness, compassion, and faith in the unknown. By embracing these teachings, you will find practical and spiritual tools to soften resistance, cultivate peace, and live fully in harmony with the flow of life. 1. The fundamental truth of impermanence, anicca. At the heart of Buddhist philosophy lies the principle of anicca, or the Buddha taught that all conditioned phenomena, our thoughts, feelings, bodies, and surroundings, are transient, always arising and passing away. All conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. The Buddha impermanence is a fact, not a theory. Consider the seasons. Spring blossoms fade into summer heat, which yields to autumn's falling leaves, followed by the stillness of winter. Nothing remains the same, and yet life continues. When we resist this truth, trying to cling to what is pleasant or reject what is unpleasant, we create tension and suffering. The Zen approach is to acknowledge the flowing nature of all things, without grasping or aversion. Like a river that never holds onto a single drop of water, our experience is ever moving. To live naturally is to embrace this flow, releasing the need for permanence and control. 2. The illusion of a fixed self unetta and its role in flow. Another cornerstone of Buddhist insight is unetta, the doctrine of non-self. Contrary to our common sense experience, Buddhism teaches that the self is not a static, independent entity, but a dynamic process, a flux of body, sensations, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. Why does this matter for flow? Because clinging to a fixed identity limits our ability to adapt and respond to change. When we identify rigidly with our roles, beliefs, or past stories, we build walls around ourselves. Zen wisdom encourages us to see ourselves as a wave in the ocean rather than the ocean itself. The wave rises, moves, and eventually dissolves back into the sea. Flow requires flexibility, the willingness to change shape and dissolve attachments to identity. Recognizing the self as fluid and interconnected opens the door to effortless living, moving with life rather than battling it. Point 3. Non-attachment. Holding life lightly in attachment is an essential practice in Buddhism and Zen. It means holding people, possessions, emotions, and even thoughts lightly with openness and acceptance rather than grasping. Attachment breeds resistance and suffering because it binds us to outcomes and expectations. Zen teaches that to flow naturally, we must loosen these attachments. Think of a butterfly landing on your hand. If you hold your hand tightly closed, the butterfly will be trapped or crushed. But if you hold your hand gently open, it may rest briefly and then fly away. Similarly, when we hold our experiences with non-attachment, we create space for them to arise and pass without clinging or pushing away. This creates harmony with life's natural rhythms. 4. Wu Wei. Effortless action and flow. The Taoist principle of Wu Wei, meaning non-action or effortless doing, deeply informs Zen practice. It describes a state where actions are perfectly aligned with the natural order, free of struggle or resistance. Wu Wei is not laziness or passivity. It is spontaneous, wise engagement with life's demands without forcing or striving. A famous Zen saying captures this: when hungry, eat. When tired, sleep. These simple acts illustrate profound presence and acceptance, responding to life's needs without unnecessary interference. Wu Wei teaches us that trying to control every outcome creates friction. But when we act with ease and trust, our efforts are more effective and joyful. 5. Mindfulness. Being present to life's flow. Mindfulness, sati, is the practice of attentive presence, observing moment-to-moment experience without judgment or distraction. Mindfulness is the anchor that keeps us grounded in the flow rather than lost in regrets about the past or anxieties about the future. Through mindfulness, meditation, and mindful living, we cultivate the capacity to notice sensations, thoughts, and feelings as they arise and pass away. Just like clouds moving across the sky, this moment-to-moment awareness reveals the impermanent and interconnected nature of all things and allows us to engage with life naturally and fully. 6. Zazen. The practice of stillness and flow in Zen. The heart of Zen is Zazen-seated meditation. Unlike some meditation traditions that focus on concentration or visualization, Zazen emphasizes just sitting with awareness, watching thoughts arise and dissolve without attachment. Zazen cultivates a mind like a still pond that reflects the sky clearly when undisturbed. This clarity allows for spontaneous, effortless response to whatever arises. Through regular Zazen practice, the practitioner develops equanimity, a balanced mind that neither clings nor resists. This stillness is not stagnation, but the foundation for fluid, natural movement in life. Point 7. Compassion and metta, softening the heart to flow freely, flowing naturally. Through life is not just an individual practice, it is deeply relational. Buddhism teaches metta, loving kindness, as a way to soften the heart and dissolve barriers between self and others. When we resist life, we often resist others too, erecting walls of judgment or anger. Cultivating compassion through metta meditation and mindful interactions allows us to open up, forgive, and respond with gentleness, like a river nourishing the lands it touches. Compassionate flow benefits both ourselves and those around us. 8. Letting go. The art of emptying your hands, powerful metaphor from Zen stories, is the overflowing teacup. The student once asked a master why he kept pouring tea after the cup was full. The master replied, "Your mind is like this cup. How can I fill it if it is already full?" To flow with life, we must practice letting go, releasing the need to fill every moment with plans, opinions, or control. Empty hands receive life's gifts fully. Letting go is not loss, but freedom. When we release the grip on outcomes, we open to deeper wisdom and spontaneous flow. 9. Embracing uncertainty. Trusting the unseen path. Life's flow is mysterious and unpredictable. Buddhist and Zen teachings invite us to cultivate faith, not in certainty, but in the process of unfolding. The lotus flower, which grows through the mud to bloom in sunlight, never knows how or when it will open. It simply grows. Similarly, we are invited to trust life's rhythm, even when the path is unclear. This trust calms anxiety and opens us to creative possibilities. Point 10. Practical guidance for living. Flow naturally. Slow down. Life's pace often rushes us into resistance. Slow down your breath, steps, and actions to meet the present moment. Single task with mindfulness. Do one thing at a time, fully and with attention. Rest when needed, like nature's seasons, honor cycles of activity and rest. Observe without judgment. Notice thoughts and emotions as passing phenomena. Practice compassion. Offer kindness inwardly and outwardly. Return to breath. When overwhelmed, use the breath as an anchor. Let go of outcomes. Engage fully, but release expectations. Engage in zazen or mindful sitting. Develop inner stillness to navigate life's waves. 11. Reflections and invitation. You are already flowing. Your breath, heartbeat, and awareness move with life's currents every moment. The teachings of Buddhism and Zen are not about adding something new, but about uncovering what is always present. Flow is your natural state when you accept impermanence, release attachment, practice effortless action, cultivate mindfulness, open your heart with compassion, let go of control, trust life's mystery. Closing. Meditation. Find a comfortable seated position. Close your eyes gently. Bring attention to your breath. Feel the natural rhythm of inhalation and exhalation. Imagine your life as a river, flowing steadily, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, but always moving forward. Notice any resistance you hold in your body or mind. Breathe into it, soften it. With each breath, invite yourself to let go, to flow. Rest here in this awareness for a few moments. When ready, gently open your eyes, carrying this flow into the rest of your day. Final words. May you flow naturally. With life's ever-changing dance, may you find peace in impermanence and freedom in letting go. May compassion soften your heart and presence anchor your steps. Remember, you are not separate from the river of life. You are the river. Flow freely. Flow fully. In a world characterized by rapid change, uncertainty, and relentless demands, many people experience life as a struggle against the currents of circumstance. There is a deep human yearning, not just to survive, but to live harmoniously too. Flow naturally with the rhythm of life rather than to fight or resist it. Buddhist teachings and Zen Buddhism, with their profound emphasis on mindfulness, impermanence, compassion, and simplicity, offer a timeless path to discover and embody this natural flow. The essence of Buddhist wisdom invites us to awaken to the true nature of reality, that everything is transient, interconnected, and constantly changing, and to respond to this reality with acceptance, wisdom, and compassion. Zen Buddhism, a distinctive school within Buddhism, distills these insights into direct, experiential practice focused on presence, simplicity, and effortless action. Wu Wei. Together, they provide a rich, practical guide for how to let go of grasping and aversion, soften resistance, and live fluidly in harmony with life's continuous unfolding. This detailed exploration will guide you through the foundational Buddhist concepts of impermanence, anicca, non-self anatta, and suffering dukkha. Then move to Zen's distinctive practices and principles, including meditations, zazen non-attachment, compassionate flow, and the art of effortless action. We will also reflect on how these teachings can be embodied in daily life to foster greater peace, resilience, and joy. 1. The reality of impermanence, that the heart of Buddhist philosophy is the recognition that all things are impermanent. This doctrine, known as anicca, states that every conditioned phenomena, every thought, feeling, body, and external event is in a constant state of flux. The Buddha taught, all conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. Impermanence can be deeply unsettling if we resist it or try to cling to fixed states. But wisdom comes when we understand that change itself is natural and inevitable, like the river that never holds the same water twice. Life's experiences flow onward. By deeply contemplating impermanence, we learn to loosen our tight grasp on what we desire to remain permanent: youth, relationships, possessions, status, even our sense of self. Instead of fighting against change, we can align with it, riding the wave of life rather than drowning in resistance. 2. Understanding suffering and its origins. The Buddha's first noble truth is the recognition of dukkha, often translated as suffering, dissatisfaction, or unease. This does not mean that life is only suffering, but rather that the root of suffering lies in our relationship to experience. Why do we suffer? Buddhism explains that suffering arises largely from attachment, the clinging to what is pleasant, the rejection of what is unpleasant, and the ignorance of the impermanent nature of reality. Zen Buddhism teaches that much of human suffering is caused by the mind's restless craving and aversion, by trying to control or fix things that are inherently fluid and ever-changing. When we learn to flow with life, we reduce the conflict between expectation and reality. We accept what is happening moment by moment, releasing the tension of resistance. 3. The doctrine of non-self and flowing identity. One of Buddhism's most profound and counterintuitive teachings is anatta, or non-self. Unlike the Western notion of a fixed, independent I, Buddhism reveals that the self is a dynamic process, a constantly changing flow of physical sensations, emotions, thoughts, and consciousness. Understanding non-self liberates us from rigid identities and self-imposed limitations. We realize that just as a river constantly changes its shape and water, our sense of self is fluid. This understanding encourages flexibility and adaptability, qualities essential to flowing naturally through life. We no longer need to protect a fixed self-image, allowing us to meet life's changes with greater openness and ease. For non-attachment, freedom through letting go. Non-attachment is a central Buddhist practice that complements the understanding of impermanence and non-self. It means engaging with life fully, but without clinging or aversion. Non-attachment does not imply indifference or detachment from life. Rather, it invites us to experience life directly, holding our relationships, emotions, and possessions lightly. Like a bird holding onto a branch, able to fly freely when it chooses. When we cling tightly, we create tension and suffering. When we loosen our grip, we open space for life to flow naturally and reveal its richness. Zen stories often illustrate this with simple, powerful metaphors, like the teacup that must be emptied before it can be filled, or the waves that rise and fall in the vast ocean. 5. Wu Wei. Effortless action in harmony with life in Taoist and Zen philosophy. The concept of Wu Wei, non-doing or effortless action, points to a way of living where actions arise spontaneously in alignment with the natural flow, rather than through forced effort or struggle. Wu Wei is not passivity or laziness. It is a state of relaxed awareness where the individual acts with skill, wisdom, and without unnecessary resistance. A Zen master once said, "When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep." This teaches profound acceptance and responsiveness to natural needs without complicating or resisting them. Living according to Wu Wei allows you to move gracefully through challenges like a bamboo bending in the wind, yielding where needed, standing firm when appropriate. 6. Mindfulness. Cultivating present moment awareness. Mindfulness, sati, is the foundational practice that makes flow possible. It involves paying full, non-judgmental attention to the present moment, observing thoughts, sensations, and feelings as they arise and pass away. Through mindfulness, we become aware of our habitual tendencies to resist or cling, to witness our internal experiences with curiosity and calm. This clarity allows us to respond to life skillfully rather than reacting impulsively. Zen, meditation. Zen's meditation zazen deepens mindfulness by inviting the practitioner to simply sit with awareness, letting thoughts come and go without grasping or pushing away. Mindfulness anchors us in the flow of life by rooting our awareness in the here and now. 7. Zazen. The practice of stillness, as Flozen's distinctive practice of zazen, or seated. Meditation is both a discipline and a doorway to experiencing the natural flow of existence. In zazen, the practitioner sits quietly, observing the breath and the arising thoughts without interference. Rather than trying to suppress the mind, one learns to not serve tea to passing thoughts, to let them come and go freely. This cultivates equanimity, a balanced and peaceful mind that can flow effortlessly with whatever arises. Stillness of zazen is not stagnation, but a dynamic calmness from which spontaneous and appropriate action naturally arises. 8. Compassion and metta. Flowing with an open heart, true flow involves more than individual acceptance. It includes relational openness and compassion. Buddhist practice of metta, or loving kindness meditation, nurtures an open heart that embraces both self and others with kindness. When we resist life, we often resist others, creating separation and conflict. Flowing naturally means softening judgments, forgiving, and recognizing the shared human condition of struggle and growth. Like rivers that eventually meet the ocean, individual hearts flow together into a collective compassion that heals and connects. 9. Letting go, the art of empty hands. The Zen metaphor of the overflowing teacup reminds us that to receive wisdom, peace, or insight, our minds must be emptied of preconceptions and attachments. Letting go is an ongoing art, releasing the grip on outcomes, fears, and identities. With empty hands, we create space for life to give its gifts. Letting go does not mean giving up. It means surrendering the illusion of control so that our actions become more fluid, wise, and responsive. 10. Trusting the unknown. Faith in life's flow. Life's journey is inherently uncertain. Buddhism and Zen invite us to cultivate trust, not in fixed plans or doctrines, but in the unfolding mystery of existence, like the lotus rising from muddy waters. Without knowing how or when it will bloom, we can learn to trust the process. This faith calms anxiety and opens us to new possibilities, creativity, and resilience. 11. Practical steps to embody flow in daily life. Slow down your pace. Deliberately move more slowly to notice and savor each moment. Practice single tasking. Give your full attention to one activity rather than multitasking. Rest deeply. Honor your body's rhythms of activity and rest. Observe your mind. Notice thoughts and emotions without identifying with them. Engage. In regular meditation, cultivate mindfulness and inner stillness. Cultivate compassion. Practice kindness inwardly and outwardly. Let go of control, accept uncertainty, and change with openness. Be present in relationships. Listen deeply and respond with gentleness. Simplify your life. Release clutter and distractions that block natural flow. 12. Reflections. You are already flowing. It is important to recognize that flow is not something to be attained, but uncovered. You are already part of the flow in your breath, heartbeat, and awareness. Buddhist and Zen teachings help you peel away the layers of resistance and illusion so you can experience this flow more fully by practicing impermanence, mindfulness, compassion, and effortless action. You align yourself with the deep rhythms of life, embracing the river. Within the river does not struggle against its banks or resist the rocks in its path. It moves naturally, shaping and being shaped by its environment. Together, we will explore the essential principles of Buddhism, the unique perspective of Zen, and practical ways to cultivate harmony with the flow of life. Part 1. Foundations of Buddhist teachings. At the core of Buddhism lie the Four Noble Truths, teachings given by the Buddha over 2,500 years ago. These truths serve as a guide to understanding human suffering and the path toward liberation. The truth of suffering, dukkha. Life inherently involves suffering, be it pain, loss, disappointment, or dissatisfaction. Recognizing this truth is not meant to induce despair, but to awaken awareness. The cause of suffering, samudaya. Suffering arises from attachment, craving, and ignorance. We cling to desires, identities, and outcomes, which inevitably leads to dissatisfaction. The cessation of suffering, nirvana. There is a way to end suffering by relinquishing attachment and realizing the true nature of reality. The path to the cessation of suffering, magga. The Eightfold Path offers practical steps toward liberation through ethical conduct, mental discipline, and wisdom. Buddhism teaches impermanence, anicca, and non-self, anatta, as crucial insights. Everything in life is transient, constantly changing, and without an independent, permanent self. This awareness invites us to loosen our grip on rigid identities and expectations. Part 2. The essence of Zen Buddhism. Zen Buddhism, a school of Mahayana Buddhism, emphasizes direct experience over intellectual understanding. It emerged in China as Chan Buddhism and later flourished in Japan as Zen. Zen's hallmark is simplicity and immediacy. Focusing on meditations, Zenzen, and mindfulness as ways to directly perceive the nature of mind and reality. Nomen Mushin, Zen encourages letting go of conceptual thinking and entering a state of nomen, a pure awareness free from judgment and duality. Beginner's mind, Shoshin. This is an attitude of openness, eagerness, and lack of preconceptions, even when approaching familiar experiences. It allows us to see life freshly and embrace change naturally. Non-attachment, Zen teaches to hold everything lightly, including thoughts, emotions, and possessions. Like water flowing without resistance, this ease lets us adapt to life's unpredictability. Koans. These paradoxical riddles or questions challenge our habitual logic, pushing the mind beyond conventional thinking and awakening intuitive insight. Part 3. Letting life flow naturally. Insights from Buddhism and Zen. Do these teachings translate into letting life flow naturally? Here are key principles drawn from Buddhist and Zen wisdom. 1. Acceptance of impermanence. Life is impermanent. Everything arises, changes, and passes away. When we deeply understand this, we stop clinging to moments or outcomes instead of resisting change. We embrace it as the natural order. This acceptance reduces suffering and cultivates peace. 2. Embracing present moment awareness. The past is gone, and the future is uncertain. The only true reality is the present moment. Through meditation and mindfulness, we train ourselves to be fully present, aware of breath, sensations, and surroundings. This presence helps us flow with life rather than fight against it. 3. Letting go of attachment. Attachment creates rigidity. When we are attached to people, ideas, or material things, we suffer when they inevitably change or disappear. Buddhism invites us to love without grasping and to engage with the world without clinging, both to ourselves and others. Compassion softens resistance and opens us to interconnectedness. Non-judgment allows us to accept things as they are without creating additional mental suffering. 5. Practicing equanimity is a balanced state of mind that remains steady amid life's ups and downs. It's not indifference, but a calm acceptance that helps us move with life's waves without being overwhelmed. Part 4. Practical Zen practices for flowing with life's Zen meditation. The cornerstone of Zen practice, Zen is seated meditation focusing on breath and posture. By sitting silently and observing the mind without attachment to thoughts, we develop clarity and ease. Sit comfortably with a straight spine. Focus on the breath. Notice it naturally entering and leaving. When thoughts arise, acknowledge them without judgment and gently return to the breath. Through regular Zen, we cultivate the ability to witness life without resistance and respond with presence. Mindful daily activity Zen teaches that every activity, washing dishes, walking, eating, is an opportunity to practice mindfulness and presence. By fully engaging with simple actions, we connect to the flow of life. Letting go rituals in Zen. Rituals like bowing and tea ceremonies symbolize humility and letting go of ego. Creating personal rituals can help us release tension and recenter in the natural flow. Part 5. Stories and parables to inspire Zen is rich with stories that embody its teachings. One classic tale is the story of the Zen master and the teacup. A scholar came to a Zen master for teaching. The master began pouring tea into the scholar's cup, but the cup soon overflowed. The scholar exclaimed, "Stop, the cup is full. No more tea can fit." The master smiled and said, "Like this cup, your mind is full of your own opinions and ideas. How can I teach you unless you first empty your cup?" This story reminds us to release preconceived notions and approach life with openness, essential for letting life flow naturally. Part 6. Modern applications in today's fast-paced world. Buddhist and Zen wisdom remains profoundly relevant. Stress and anxiety, mindfulness and acceptance reduce anxiety by anchoring us in the present. Decision-making, equanimity, and non-attachment lead to wiser choices free from fear or desire. Relationships, compassion, and non-judgment foster deeper connections and ease conflicts. Work and creativity, beginner's mind and flow state encourage innovation and enjoyment. Part 7. Final reflections, lighting life. Flow naturally is not about passivity or resignation, but about conscious acceptance, openness, and responsiveness. It is a dynamic dance with existence, where we move with the current rather than against it. By embodying Buddhist teachings and Zen wisdom, we cultivate a life marked by peace, freedom, and joy, qualities available to each of us in every moment. In the Western worldview, life is often perceived as a series of fixed events or states, something that progresses in a linear fashion with a defined beginning, middle, and end. We tend to view ourselves as stable entities, enduring over time. However, Buddhist philosophy challenges this notion. Life is understood not as a fixed self, but as a dynamic process, a continuous flow of arising and passing phenomena. The Buddha used the analogy of a river to illustrate this concept. Just as a river is never the same from one moment to the next because its waters are constantly moving, so too is life an unceasing flow of experiences, sensations, thoughts, and emotions. The nature of this flow is impermanence anicca, one of the three marks of existence in Buddhism, along with suffering dukkha and non-self anatta. These marks form the cornerstone of understanding life from a Buddhist perspective. Point 2. Impermanence, anicca, and the transience of life impermanence means that all conditioned things, everything that arises due to causes and conditions, are in a state of constant change. Nothing remains the same, not even for a moment. This includes not just physical objects, but also our thoughts, feelings, relationships, and even our own sense of self. The Buddha taught that clinging to the illusion of permanence leads to suffering, because when things inevitably change, attachment to them causes pain. Recognizing impermanence helps us see the futility of grasping or resisting life's natural flow. Consider the human body. It is born, grows, ages, and eventually dies. Similarly, our mental states fluctuate continuously. Even the natural world around us evolves, seasons change, landscapes shift, and societies transform. Understanding anicca encourages a mindful awareness of the present moment and fosters acceptance rather than resistance. By embracing change as the natural order of things, we become less reactive and more at peace with life's unpredictable flow. 3. Dependent origination, paticca samuppada. The interconnected flow, closely related to impermanence, is the principle of dependent origination, or paticca samuppada. This teaching explains that all phenomena arise dependent upon multiple causes and conditions. Nothing exists independently or in isolation. Life's flow is not random, but a complex web of interrelated events and processes, conditioned by previous moments, and gives rise to the next. This chain is often illustrated through the 12 links of dependent origination, which describe how suffering arises and how liberation can be attained by interrupting this chain. For example, ignorance leads to volitional formations, which lead to consciousness. Name and form the 6 sense bases: contact, feeling, craving, clinging, becoming, birth, and ultimately aging and death. This cycle shows how our perceptions, actions, and experiences are part of a continuous interconnected process. Understanding dependent origination reveals the deep interdependence of all life. It dissolves the illusion of a permanent self and highlights our connection to all beings and the environment. 4. Non-self anatta. The absence of a fixed identity. Another critical aspect of life's flow in Buddhist thought is the doctrine of anatta, or non-self. Unlike many spiritual traditions that posit an eternal soul or essence, Buddhism teaches that the self is a construct, a collection of constantly changing physical and mental aggregates, skandhas. These aggregates, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness arise and cease continuously. There is no unchanging I behind these processes. Instead, the sense of self is a flow of interdependent phenomena, ever shifting like a river. Recognizing non-self reduces attachment and ego claiming, which are primary causes of suffering. It opens the door to greater compassion and equanimity, because when we understand that our identities are fluid and connected, we see ourselves and others more clearly. 5. Mindfulness and living with life's flow. Buddhism is not just a philosophical system, but a practical path. To live skillfully with life's flow, one cultivates mindfulness, sati, the practice of fully attending to the present moment without judgment. Mindfulness allows us to observe the impermanent nature of our thoughts, feelings, and sensations. Through meditation and mindful awareness, we learn to experience life's flow directly and respond to it with wisdom and compassion. In mindfulness practice, we watch the arising and passing away of each moment, the flow itself, without grasping or aversion. This cultivates a sense of peace and clarity, freeing us from being overwhelmed by life's inevitable changes. 6. The flow of suffering and the path to liberation understanding. Life's flow also involves recognizing the nature of suffering, dukkha. According to the Four Noble Truths, suffering arises because of craving and attachment to things that are impermanent. By deeply seeing the flow of life as impermanent and interconnected, one can begin to loosen the bonds of craving and ignorance. The Noble Eightfold Path offers practical steps: right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration to harmonize with life's flow and attain liberation. Is not a static state, but a profound realization of the true nature of reality, a release from the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, samsara, characterized by the cessation of suffering. 7. Metaphors of life's flow in Buddhist literature. Throughout Buddhist literature, life's flow is often depicted through vivid metaphors that capture its transient and dynamic nature. The river analogy is perhaps the most famous. Just as one cannot step into the same river twice, life's moments flow and shift beyond capture. Other metaphors include the flame of a candle, the bubble on water, or a mirage, each emphasizing the fleeting and insubstantial character of phenomena. These metaphors serve as reminders to cultivate detachment and insight, and to live with appreciation for the preciousness of each moment. Point 8. Implications for daily life and ethics understanding. The flow of life has profound implications beyond philosophy and meditation. It affects how we relate to others, how we approach challenges, and how we find meaning. Ethically, recognizing interdependence encourages compassion and altruism. If life is interconnected and ever-changing, then harming others ultimately harms ourselves. Practicing kindness and generosity aligns with the natural flow of life and fosters harmony in the face of loss, failure, or change. This understanding provides resilience and equanimity. Instead of resisting or denying change, we can embrace it, learning to flow with life's currents rather than against them. In conclusion, the nature of life's flow in Buddhist thought offers a transformative lens through which to understand our existence. Life is not a fixed entity, but an ongoing, interdependent process characterized by impermanence, non-self, and dependent origination. By cultivating mindfulness and insight into this flow, we can move beyond suffering, live ethically, and experience profound peace. The Buddhist path invites us to embrace change, see the interconnectedness of all things, and awaken to the true nature of reality. Understanding attachment in Buddhist thought. In the Buddhist worldview, attachment abdana is one of the principal causes of suffering, dukkha. The Buddha identified craving or desire, tan, as the fuel that feeds attachment and binds us to the endless cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, samsara. Attachment is not merely about external possessions or relationships. It also includes attachments to ideas, identities, expectations, and even to life itself. It is a mental and emotional grasping, a clinging to things as if they were permanent, self-sufficient, and able to bring lasting happiness, because everything in conditioned existence is impermanent, anicca. This clinging inevitably leads to frustration and suffering. When what we desire changes or is lost, we experience pain, disappointment, and confusion. Attachment distorts our perception of reality. We see things not as they truly are: transient, interdependent, and ever-changing, but as fixed and permanent. This mistaken view leads to further craving and entrapment. 2. The origins of attachment, ignorance, and craving. Buddhist psychology points to ignorance, avijja, as the root cause of attachment. Ignorance here means a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of reality, the belief in the permanent self, and in the permanence of phenomena. This ignorance generates craving which is often described as threefold komatan craving for sensual pleasures. Vividam craving for existence or becoming vibhivatanhab, craving for non-existence or annihilation. These cravings drive the mind to cling to experiences, things, or ideas that it mistakenly believes will provide fulfillment. Thus, attachment arises not merely from desire, but from a deeply ingrained delusion about what can truly bring happiness. 3. Non-attachment, anubaduna. Defining the wisdom non-attachment, or anubaduna, literally means non-clinging, or not grasping. It is the mindful awareness and acceptance of life's impermanence and interconnectedness. Without trying to possess or control it, non-attachment does not mean indifference, apathy, or passivity. Instead, it means engaging with the world fully and compassionately, but without grasping, craving, or aversion. The Buddha taught that non-attachment is essential for the cessation of suffering. As the Dhammapada says, by renouncing attachment, one is free from suffering. This freedom is not cold detachment, but a warm, open-hearted state of equanimity and wisdom. 4. The practice of letting go. How does one cultivate non-attachment in practical terms? Buddhist practice offers a variety of tools and methods for letting go. Mindfulness, sati. By developing mindfulness, one learns to observe desires, feelings, and thoughts as they arise and pass away without clinging to them. Seeing the impermanence of phenomena helps loosen the grip of attachment. Meditation, bhavana, meditation practices, especially insight meditation vipassana, reveal the transient nature of all experiences. This direct experience supports the understanding that clinging is unnecessary and harmful. Reflection on impermanence, contemplating anicca, the fact that all things are subject to change, weakens attachment. Cultivating compassion and loving kindness, non-attachment includes compassionate engagement. One cares deeply for others without becoming possessive or controlling. Generosity dana, practicing generosity helps break the habit of clinging to possessions and ego. 5. Non-attachment and the 5 aggregates in Buddhism. The individual is analyzed into 5 aggregates, skandhas, form body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. Attachment occurs when we identify with these aggregates as self and cling to them. Understanding that these aggregates are impermanent and not self helps loosen attachment. For example, we experience physical pain form, but attachment causes suffering beyond the pain itself. By seeing these aggregates as processes rather than a fixed self, non-attachment grows. 6. The middle way, balance between attachment and aversion. Wisdom of non-attachment is expressed in the Buddha's teaching of the middle way. It is a path that avoids 2 extremes: indulgence in sensory pleasures and severe self-mortification. Attachment often leads to indulgence, while aversion can lead to rejection or avoidance. Non-attachment is the balanced state in between, where one neither clings nor rejects, but accepts with clarity and calm. This balanced attitude brings freedom and peace. 7. Non-attachment in everyday. Non-attachment is not reserved for monks or meditative retreats. It is a practical wisdom that can be applied in daily life. Relationships, loving others without clinging or possessiveness, allows for healthier, more compassionate connections. Material possessions, valuing things without becoming attached, prevents suffering from loss or change. Emotions and thoughts. Observing emotions as passing waves, not permanent truths, fosters emotional resilience. Work and ambitions. Engaging fully without being driven by greed or ego helps maintain balance and reduces stress. 8. Common misunderstandings of non-attachment. Notmage is often misunderstood as indifference. The Buddhist path encourages compassion, not apathy. Withdrawal, it is about engagement without clinging, not avoidance of life. suppression of emotions. Non-attachment is about awareness and acceptance, not repression. Clarifying these misconceptions helps one approach non-attachment with a deeper understanding. 9. The fruits of non-attachment, peace and liberation. Cultivating non-attachment brings profound benefits: inner peace, reduced mental turbulence, and emotional suffering. Freedom, released from the compulsive cycle of craving and clinging. Compassion, greater empathy and loving kindness towards others. Wisdom, clear perception of reality as it is. Ultimately, non-attachment is essential for attaining nirvana, the ultimate liberation from suffering and rebirth. 10. Non-attachment and modern life in today's fast-paced and consumer-driven world. Attachment takes many subtle forms: attachment to success, status, digital devices, social approval, and even our own identities. The wisdom of non-attachment offers a valuable antidote to stress, anxiety, and dissatisfaction. It encourages us to cultivate presence, simplicity, and gratitude. By integrating this wisdom into contemporary life, we can live more freely and authentically. To conclude this section on the wisdom of non-attachment, it is a transformative insight at the heart of Buddhist practice. It frees us from suffering not by denying life, but by embracing it fully without grasping. Through understanding the roots of attachment, practicing mindful letting go, and cultivating balanced engagement with the world, non-attachment opens the door to lasting peace and spiritual awakening. May we all cultivate this wisdom in our lives, learning to flow with life's changes gracefully and compassionately. Buddhism teaches that life is a continuous flow, ever-changing, impermanent, and interconnected. To live fully and wisely, one must learn to be present with this flow. Being present is not passive resignation, but an active, mindful engagement with life exactly as it is today. We will explore what it means to be present, why it is essential for understanding life's flow, how to cultivate this presence through practice, and the profound effects it has on our well-being, insight, and freedom. 1. The nature of life's flow and the present moment. In Buddhist philosophy, life is described as an ongoing process of arising and passing away. Every moment is unique, never to be repeated. Just like a flowing river, the experiences we live through are constantly changing. The present moment, sometimes called the now, is where this flow is directly accessible. Past moments have already passed, and the future is not yet here. All we ever truly have is the present. Yet, ironically, many of us live as though the present is a mere stepping stone to something else. The next achievement, the next pleasure, the next escape. This leaves us disconnected from the very fabric of life. Being present with life's flow means recognizing and embracing the impermanence and interconnectedness of each moment. It is about awakening to the fullness of experience, with awareness and without resistance. 2. Why being present matters. The problem of distraction and suffering. Life bombards us with distractions. Our minds flit from one thought to another, rarely resting in the here and now. Social media, work pressures, memories, and worries pull our attention away. This distraction causes suffering in several ways. Mental fragmentation. When we are not present, our thoughts scatter, causing stress and confusion. Attachment to past and future, regret, guilt, and nostalgia tie us to the past. Anxiety and fear hook us to the future. Missing life, we lose the ability to savor simple pleasures and authentic connection. Perpetuating suffering without presence, we react habitually and unconsciously, reinforcing cycles of craving and aversion. Buddhism teaches that much of our suffering arises from ignorance, not seeing clearly what is happening in the present moment. The practice of being present is a remedy to this ignorance. 3. Mindfulness, sati, the key to presence. The primary tool Buddhism offers for being present is mindfulness, or sati in Pali. Mindfulness is the quality of attentive, non-judgmental awareness of whatever arises in experience. To be mindful is to observe our body sensations, feelings, thoughts, and environment with clarity and acceptance. This simple yet powerful practice anchors us in the present. The Buddha described mindfulness as a foundation for liberation. In the Satipatthana Sutta, he outlined the 4 foundations of mindfulness: mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of feelings, mindfulness of mind, mental states, mindfulness of phenomena, mental objects. Through sustained mindfulness, we begin to see the transient and interdependent nature of all things. This insight transforms our relationship to life's flow. 4. The practice of being present. Techniques and approaches. There are many ways to cultivate presence. Here are some key methods from Buddhist tradition. A breath awareness. Focusing on the breath is a classic anchor for mindfulness. The breath is always with us, naturally rhythmic and present in each moment. By observing the in-breath and out-breath without trying to control it, we gently bring our attention back whenever it wanders. This trains concentration and calms the mind. B. Bodhiscanthus involves systematically bringing awareness to different parts of the body, noticing sensations without judgment. This practice deepens embodiment and presence. C. Open awareness, called choiceless awareness. This practice involves resting in the present moment, aware of whatever arises, sounds, thoughts, feelings, without clinging or pushing away. D. Walking meditation. Mindfully walking, feeling each step and the contact of the feet with the ground, helps cultivate presence in everyday movement. E. Daily activities as practice. Turning ordinary activities, washing dishes, driving into opportunities for mindfulness, brings presence into daily life. 5. Presence and acceptance. Meeting life as it is, being present, is closely linked to acceptance. Acceptance does not mean resignation or passivity, but acknowledging reality without resistance. Often, our suffering comes from rejecting what is, wishing things were different, clinging to pleasant experiences, or pushing away unpleasant ones. Presence with acceptance means opening to experience fully, whether pleasant, painful, or neutral. This openness reduces mental agitation and allows us to respond with wisdom rather than reactivity. 6. Presence as a doorway to insight. As presence deepens, insight naturally arises. Seeing clearly the impermanence, anicca, unsatisfactoriness, dukkha, and non-self, anatta, of phenomena is foundational to Buddhist wisdom. Presence allows us to observe the arising and passing away of sensations, thoughts, and emotions, how craving and aversion appear and fade, the interdependence of all experiences. Through direct experience of these truths, the illusions that cause suffering begin to dissolve. 7. The transformative power of presence, peace, and freedom. Practicing presence with life's flow cultivates profound peace. When the mind is anchored in the present, it is not scattered by regrets or fears. Presence fosters equanimity, balanced acceptance of joy and sorrow, compassion, open-heartedness towards oneself and others, clarity, clear seeing and wise action, joy, appreciating the richness of simple moments. Ultimately, presence is the gateway to liberation, freedom from the bondage of mental afflictions and suffering. 8. Challenges in cultivating presence and how to overcome them despite its simplicity. Being present is not always easy. Common challenges include restless mind. The mind wanders constantly. Resistance to pain, avoiding unpleasant feelings or thoughts. Judgment, criticizing oneself for not being present enough. Cultural conditioning, habitual multitasking, and distraction. Overcoming these challenges involves patience, persistence, and compassion for oneself. Regular practice, gentle reminders, and supportive community help. 9. Flowing with life. Being present reveals our interconnectedness. When we stop grasping and judging, we see how we are part of the natural flow of life. This awareness fosters a sense of belonging, empathy for others, respect for nature, a humble recognition of life's mystery presence, invites us to flow with life rather than against it, moving with grace and wisdom. 10. Integrating presence into modern life. In our busy, technology-saturated world, cultivating presence is both more challenging and more needed than ever. Here are some practical tips. Set aside dedicated mindfulness time daily. Use technology mindfully. Take breaks from screens. Practice mindful breathing before meetings or stressful moments. Create rituals that anchor you in the present. Cultivate gratitude and savor simple pleasures. Presence need not be separate from modern life. It can enrich and transform it. To conclude, being present with life's flow is a profound invitation to awaken to reality as it is. It is an invitation to cease running from the past or future and instead fully engage with the unfolding moment. Through mindfulness, acceptance, and compassionate awareness, we learn to live with clarity, peace, and joy. May this teaching inspire and guide us to be fully alive, flowing with life, moment by moment, in a world often marked by division, suffering, and alienation. Embracing compassion and loving kindness is both a personal and collective remedy. These qualities soften the heart, dissolve barriers, and open us to the richness of shared existence. Today, we will delve into what compassion and loving kindness mean in the Buddhist context, why they matter, how to cultivate them through practice, and the profound transformation they bring to our lives and society. 1. Defining compassion and loving kindness. In Buddhism, at the heart of Buddhist ethics and meditation practices are the Brahma-vihars, the 4 divine abodes or sublime states. These are loving kindness, metta, compassion, karu, awe, sympathetic joy, mudita, equanimity, epakad. Our focus today is on the first 2. Loving kindness, metta, is an unconditional, selfless wish for the happiness and well-being of all beings. It is the genuine desire that others be free from suffering and enjoy joy. Metta arises naturally from an open and loving heart and is free from selfish expectations. Compassion, karuaf, is the natural response to the suffering of others. It is the wish to alleviate pain and difficulty, while loving kindness is about wishing happiness. Compassion moves us to care deeply about suffering and motivates helping. Both qualities are intimately connected and mutually supportive. Loving kindness without compassion can become sentimental or superficial. Compassion without loving kindness can turn into pity or sorrow. Together, they form a powerful, balanced response to the world. 2. Why compassion and loving kindness matter. The Buddha taught that the root of suffering lies in ignorance, avijja, and selfish craving. Top hop. When we are caught up in self-centeredness, we cause harm to ourselves and others. Cultivating compassion and loving kindness counters this selfishness and ignorance. It expands our sense of self to include others, fostering empathy, kindness, and understanding. These qualities also reduce suffering by wishing well and acting with kindness. We alleviate suffering in ourselves and others, heal relationships. Compassion softens hostility and anger, repairing conflicts and misunderstandings. Promotes social harmony. When communities cultivate loving kindness, they become more cooperative, peaceful, and resilient. Support spiritual awakening. The Buddha regarded the Brahma-vihars as indispensable qualities on the path to enlightenment. 3. The universal nature of compassion and loving kindness. Buddhist compassion and loving kindness transcend cultural, religious, and national boundaries. They arise from the recognition that all beings desire happiness and wish to avoid suffering. The metaphor often used is that of a mother's love for her only child, a natural, unconditional love extended toward all beings without discrimination. This universality is vital in a world increasingly interconnected yet divided. Compassion and loving kindness remind us of our shared humanity and the interconnected web of life. 4. Cultivating loving-kindness and compassion. Meditation practices. The Buddha gave specific meditative techniques to develop these qualities, often called mette bhavan, cultivation of loving-kindness, closing parenthesis, loving-kindness meditation. The practice usually begins with oneself. Silently repeat phrases such as, "May I be happy," "May I be well," "May I be safe," "May I be peaceful." Then extend these wishes to a loved one, a neutral person, a difficult person, and finally to all beings. The practice gently expands the circle of loving kindness. From self to all. Compassion meditation. This focuses on the suffering of others. Reflect on the suffering that beings endure: illness, loss, loneliness, fear. Cultivate the sincere wish, "May all beings be free from suffering." This can involve visualization or contemplation of specific beings or the world. Both practices foster a warm, open-hearted attitude and gradually dissolve self-centered. 5. Loving kindness and compassion in daily life. While meditation is essential, true cultivation happens in everyday interactions. Listening deeply, compassion begins by truly hearing others without judgment. Small acts of kindness, smiling, helping, encouraging, these everyday gestures embody loving kindness. Forgiveness. Compassion includes forgiving others and oneself. Patience, responding calmly in difficulties. Ethical living, avoiding harm, and promoting well-being through these actions. Compassion and loving kindness become embodied qualities, not just abstract ideals. 6. Overcoming barriers to compassion and loving kindness. Cultivating these qualities is challenging. 2. Anger and resentment. Past hurts can harden the heart. Indifference, feeling overwhelmed by suffering and choosing not to engage. Judgment, seeing others as unworthy. Self-criticism, harshness towards oneself. Limits love. Buddhism encourages patience and self-compassion in overcoming these obstacles. Regular practice, reflection on interconnectedness, and seeking supportive communities help deepen compassion. 7. The interconnection of compassion, wisdom, and non-attachment. True compassion is inseparable from wisdom project. Wisdom sees the impermanent and interconnected nature of all phenomena. This insight prevents compassion from becoming clinging or possessiveness. Compassion, grounded in wisdom, embraces non-attachment. We care deeply, but do not cling. We act to help but accept the limits of control. We remain open-hearted without losing equanimity. This balanced compassion is the hallmark of Buddhist practice. 8. The Bodhisattva ideal. Compassion in action. In Mahayana Buddhism, the Bodhisattva embodies the ultimate expression of compassion and loving-kindness. A Bodhisattva vows to postpone final liberation until all beings are freed from suffering. This altruistic commitment exemplifies boundless compassion in action. The Bodhisattva path includes practices such as generosity, dana, ethical conduct, ola, patience, kjnt, effort, vriya, meditation, dhyana, wisdom. Proshed by embracing this ideal, practitioners cultivate compassion not just as a feeling, but as transformative engagement with the world. 9. Scientific insights. Compassion and loving kindness in psychology and neuroscience have begun to confirm the benefits of compassion and loving-kindness. Research shows loving-kindness meditation improves emotional regulation and reduces stress. Compassion practice enhances empathy and social connection. Acts of kindness increase feelings of happiness and life satisfaction. These findings echo Buddhist teachings and encourage integrating these practices in mental health and social work. Point 10. Compassion and loving kindness as a global challenges. Conflict, climate change, inequality, call for an expanded compassion and loving-kindness Buddhist teachings inspire us to recognize the interconnectedness of all life, extend care beyond personal or national boundaries, act to alleviate suffering on a broad scale. Cultivating these qualities is not only personal, spiritual work, but also a vital contribution to healing the world. In closing, embracing compassion and loving kindness is both a profound personal journey and a powerful social force. These qualities soften the heart, open the mind, and connect us deeply to others. They alleviate suffering, heal relationships, and support spiritual awakening through meditation, ethical living, and daily kindness. We can nurture these sublime states and embody the Buddha's timeless message of love and care. May we all walk this path with courage and grace, bringing compassion and loving kindness to ourselves, to others, and to the world. You have arrived at a quiet space, a space where words move slowly, where thoughts are not rushed, and where the ancient wisdom of Zen invites you into the natural rhythm of life. You are not here to solve anything. You are not here to fix what is broken. You are simply here to listen, to breathe, and to remember what it means to flow. This is the Zen approach to life's natural flow, a gentle path, not of effort, but of stillness, not of control, but of release, not of arrival, but of presence. Let us begin. 1. What is Zen? Zen is not something you learn. It is something you remember. It is not a theory. It is not a belief. It is a way of being, a direct experience of this moment, without interference. The word Zen comes from the Japanese pronunciation of the Chinese word Chan, which itself is derived from the Sanskrit word dhyana, meaning meditation. But Zen is not only meditation. Zen is tea being poured. Zen is a stone in the stream. Zen is the smile that arises for no reason at all. Zen is the art of allowing life to unfold without forcing it. Zen master Dogen once wrote, "To study the way is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. To forget the self is to be enlightened by all things." This is the path we walk tonight. 2. The stream and the rock. Close your eyes or soften your gaze. Imagine a mountain stream winding slowly down the hillside. The water is clear. It moves with no hurry. It curves, twists, and dances around stones and roots. It does not resist the rock in its path. It does not complain. It flows around it. Always flowing, never the same. This is the Zen approach to move like water. To accept the obstacle and yet keep flowing when we stop resisting. We begin to live in harmony with the natural flow of life. 3. Wu Wei. Effortless action and Zen's ancestral root. Taoism. There is a concept called Wu Wei. It means non-doing, or effortless action. This does not mean inaction. It means natural action, acting in accordance with the unfolding moment. The tree does not try to grow, it grows. The wind does not strive to blow, it simply moves. The bird does not plan its song, it sings. In your own life, how often do you try to force things, to control outcomes, to manipulate moments, to push against time? Zen invites you to release the grip. Let things move in their own time. Do what you must, but do it lightly. Zen. Master Thich Nhat Hanh said, "Smile, breathe, and go slowly." Can you do that now? Take a breath, smile gently, and continue with no hurry. 4. The cone of the everyday in Zen. There is a tradition of koans, strange riddles, or paradoxical statements, used to break the logical mind and bring you into direct awareness. A famous koan asks, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" Another says, "If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him." These are not meant to be solved, but to point towards something beyond words. They are tools to disrupt the pattern of thinking and drop you into pure experience in your daily life. Everything becomes a koan when you engage it fully. Washing a dish, tying your shoes, watching the rain, there is nowhere to get to. There is only this breath, this moment, this step. Zen is here. 5. Simplicity and surrender. Zen is profoundly simple. It teaches us to return to what is essential. Strip away the layers. Let go of the mental clutter. Release the desire to be someone, to get somewhere, to prove something. When all else is let go, what remains? Stillness, presence, awareness. Zen master Ryokan lived a life of such simplicity that when a thief came to steal from him, there was nothing to take. Feeling compassion, Ryokan gave the thief his clothes. After the thief left, Ryokan sat naked under the moon and whispered, "I wish I could have given him this beautiful moon." This is Zen, to own nothing, to cling to nothing, to offer everything, even your silence, even your stillness. 6. Letting go of the self in Zen, there is no permanent self, no fixed identity to protect or defend. What you call I is a collection of thoughts, memories, sensations, roles. But like the clouds drifting across the sky, the self is always changing too. Flow naturally. You must stop holding on to who you think you are. Let go of the masks. Let go of the roles. Let go of the story be here raw and yuanshep. As the Zen proverb says, no snowflake ever falls in the wrong place. You are not lost. You are exactly where you need to be. 7. Meditation as flows in meditation, or zazen, is not a method for achieving enlightenment. It is itself the expression of enlightenment. To sit, just to sit, not to reach a goal, not to quiet the mind, but to be with what is. Sit like the mountain, breathe like the sea. If thoughts arise, let them pass like birds across a wide sky. In sitting, you become the flow. No distinction between inside and outside, self and other, thought and silence. Everything just is. 8. Living the flow, a Zen day. How would it feel to live a single day the Zen way? To wake without rushing, to eat your food slowly, bite, to walk barefoot in the grass without headphones or hurry, to speak only when needed, and when you do, to speak truthfully, gently, with love. To listen, truly listen, not just with ears, but with your whole being. This is how Zen flows into everyday life, not in temples only, but in traffic, in tea, in tears, and in tenderness. You don't need to travel to Japan. You don't need to study sutras. You only need to return to this moment again and again. This is the path. This is the practice. This is the flow. 9. Closing reflections. You are the river. As we close this journey, come back to the river. Feel it flowing gently through your being. You are not the rock. You are not the branch. You are the water. Always moving, always changing, always returning to the sea. Let go of the banks. Let go of control. Trust the flow. Life knows where it's going, even when you don't. Zen doesn't promise you answers. It offers you something better, peace in not knowing, freedom in letting go, joy in simply being. Breathe in, breathe out. You are already flowing. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being. Let life carry you gently, just as it always has. Zen is not far. Zen is here. Zen is now. Zen is you. As we come to the end of this journey through the teachings of Buddhism and the quiet wisdom of Zen, may we carry with us a simple truth. Life flows best when we stop resisting it. The Buddha taught that peace arises not from controlling the world, but from understanding it, from seeing that everything changes, everything passes, and everything belongs. In this way, we release our grip on certainty and allow ourselves to float more gently with the current of life. Zen invites us not to fix, but to witness, not to strive, but to sit, not to chase meaning, but to be fully present in the smallest of moments, a sip of tea, a breath of wind, the sound of rain falling on leaves. Letting life flow naturally does not mean doing nothing. It means doing what is needed when it is needed, with awareness, compassion, and acceptance. In stillness, we find movement. In surrender, we find strength. In the flow of life, we find ourselves not as separate beings, but as part of a greater living whole. So take a breath, feel the moment as it is, and let go. Let life move through you, around you, and within you effortlessly. This is the Zen way. This is the middle path. This is the peace that comes from flowing, not forcing. May you walk gently, may you flow freely, and may you live fully, one mindful breath at a time.